God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Rico, I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything. I learned the name of management. Hop back on some east side daddy shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again. Rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like the Hooper Lounge. I keep big shit that sound like the bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride.
Y'all know I used to rock that West Coast back in the day when I was a little younger, Clarence.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse. Return to the G-Ride with the first straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys, zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this ruler speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, stop a nigga's post. Playing close, man, air with easy. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air to squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets.
That's a nice intro song, Clarence.
I come to your house dressed like a dance man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can.
I'll tell you how I got this song. I'll tell you how I got permission to use it and
return
everything,
to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys, apps, spraying everything from the niggas' brain. Dear God, please
don't believe we know nobody, Clarence.
Return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask
what they give for not believing we know nobody.
Spraying everything from the niggas' brain.
I know
shit on Facebook, I just holler in person.
Negro source.
In your mouth while you're hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4.
Hold on, Rico, hold on. I'm making up a
Tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at. And bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys, apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys, apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Way to get that young man some promo.
Yeah, man.
Is it the artist 16 to Life?
Yeah, 16 to Life, man. I did.
That's the guy you did the interview on, right?
Yeah, I did an interview with him, man. And man, you're talking about a good brother, man. I've been very blessed, bro. I've been running into some really good brothers, man. He's another good brother, man. I ran into, man, and you know, he did his time. You know, and he never said, "Hey, I'm innocent in it." He said, "Man, you know, I had a hand in it." He didn't go into it, but he said, "You know, I did have a hand in the situation." So he said, but he did his time, and man, the brothers is a good brother, man. You know what I mean? Funny cat, man. If you really want to hear some funny jail stories, go there and listen to 16 to Life, man.
I don't think I want to hear no jail stories, but I'm pretty sure they're funny.
Well, he got funny stories not only from being in jail, right, but just living that street life, man. He got a lot of funny stories, man. He like one story he got is, man, about this pimp that was kind of like his mentor, man. Taught him how to pickpocket people in the bar, right?
Yeah.
So he said the pimp used to pickpocket people in the bar and then buy the person that he pickpocketed drink with their own money.
Now that's funny.
Oh man, yeah, he got a lot of funny stories like that, man. Shout out to JP. Hold on.
Oh, we got somebody in the house already?
Huh?
I said we got somebody in the house already?
Yeah, man. Can you believe JP the Inspiring Matriarch is in the house already?
My sister. I hope you're doing well today.
Knowledge and joy, gentlemen. How's your spirit? I see you live. Yes, I am live. Yes. I'm not like other people, man. I try to let people know that I'm going live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people let you know, man. You got to find out. But shout out. If you haven't already subscribed to JP the Inspiring Matriarch, going over there and check out her page and see if that's the kind of content you want to support. Shout out to JP. How you feeling today, brother?
Feeling good for a Tuesday. Finally, we're finally getting a little nice weather here. Well, at least momentarily on the East Coast. We kind of got, we had a brief cold spell, a lot of rain. The only thing I'm looking forward is I come back and I'm like, damn, I got to do this yard. Because you love overseas. You guys, you probably do it year round. You out on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, we get periods about maybe 4 or 5 months out of the year. You ain't got to touch it because you get that last cut in the fall and the grass just stopped growing. Now we done had 5 days of continuous rain. Hell, it's like a jungle out there now. So now I gotta, I'm like, I was out there Sunday trying to get my mower started, and then sat all winter, wasn't under a cover, and I'm out there just a pulling. I ain't got no electric. I'm old school. I'm a pulling, and I'm like, this motherfucker won't start. But I left some gas in there, so I think the gas gone bad.
Yeah.
I probably need to drain the gas.
Yeah,
just a whole bunch of stuff. But I like doing. Believe it or not, I got a guy that'll do it for money, but I like doing yard work. I like cutting grass and trimming my bushes. That's just sort of like a stress reliever for me. So the guy, and it's an older guy, older than me, but he does it for extra money. Sometimes I just let him make the money. He don't even do the shit right, and I go out there and cut it behind him because I actually like cutting. That's the one thing. I don't know why I've always liked cutting grass.
I think it's just you see it change, man. You see it start out one way and then you see
it does.
And it has
you get a sense of pride. Yeah.
You see your work and you can say, wow.
Edging up, doing your little your blow man. It does. It is. And that's what I think it is. Like, oh man, she's all wild. But first I had to go out there, and after being gone all week, like I said, I got a old English bulldog, and she about 100 and something pounds. So, and I got my yard fencing, so I'm like, damn, I got to go out here and clean up all this dog shit, before you be stepping all in it, Yeah,
man.
So it's just like, that's what you get when you want to have animals. Yeah. That's what you get when you want to have a yard, all these. And if I went out there and cleaned it up more regular like I was supposed to, I wouldn't have that problem. It's like, okay, go out there every 2 days and, clean it up. Yeah. But you know how it is. So that's just, just the little BS in Rico's life right now. But I wanted to ask you, I was just sitting here finishing up some work and watching on the news, and I not a good topic to start the day with, but just maybe something we should touch on. I just tell people, pay attention to the world and the shit that's going around, because I'm sure you guys saw on the news what happened in New York.
Which thing?
New York City, the guy went to the metro and put a gas mask on and shot like 20 people.
No, I haven't seen that, man.
Yeah, that's all on it. That was 8:30 this morning.
No, I didn't. You know what? I've been hounding my son to try to get this talk to this lawyer, man, on this three-way, man. So I've been trying to stay on him about that, man. So I haven't even seen the news this morning, man.
Yeah, but that's really all over the national news, that and I don't know. They say it's a brother. I'm like, damn, don't sound like something we would do. Say a guy came in, put on a gas mask with a construction vest, threw a smoke grenade. Yeah, on the subway.
Oh man.
Threw a smoke grenade and just started shooting and shot
threw a
like
smoke
10 or
grenade?
15
Oh.
people. Yeah. I'm like, but they ain't terrible. But I'm like, and then they said it's a black man they looking for, a little black dude too, like 5'5". I'm like, damn.
And you know, that sounds like something that they would do over a woman, man. That sounds like something over a woman, man.
Yeah. So I don't know no more than that, but I just know that that's national news. And and I always try, like I watch the news always. You know, people always like, ain't nothing good coming out the news. This stuff. And I'm like, that might be true, but you need to know what the fuck going on around you.
Yeah, that's true.
I be telling my wife that all the time. I be like, man, they be like, I'm like, look, you better know what the hell is going on in the world. The world is bigger than you.
Yeah, because it might come your way.
Right. So, we got a subway system here, in the DC area. And I'm like, unfortunately, I don't have to catch it, but every so often I do. So now I'm knowing, okay, I don't know if the food gonna be down here next time. So if I see a little 5'5" black guy with a construction vest and a gas mask, I'm hauling ass, because right. Or even if it's a copycat. But I'm like, if you don't watch the news and know some of the crazy stuff that's going on in the world, and I tell people, I'm like, don't put yourself in a bubble, at least in a bubble of information. So I try to watch the news because and I try to talk to different groups of people. Hey, salute to you, young Mr. Chris. Nice to see you. I try not to keep myself in a bubble of information and knowledge because the world's changing, different communities change. So I try to stay up on the local news, the national news, whatever's going on in the world. And then I can move forward more effectively, more knowledgeable, and more safety for myself and my family, only if I have information. Because sometimes I talk to my kids and them, and it'd be some old shit. And they'd be like, I didn't know. I'm like,
yeah.
Where the hell you been?
How you didn't know?
Right, where the hell you been? That's all they've been doing is talking about it.
Yeah.
But, my wife's that way too. They just like, my mother used to be there with them. Like, they just refuse to stay informed. I say it's one thing if you don't know. So I know it's not just our community, because my wife and her family, they're Hispanic. Their communities the same. They are anyway, so not all of them, because she got cousins in them that stay very informed and connected. But you just got groups of people in all communities who just feel like if the news isn't what they want it to be, they don't want to hear it. So I'm like, that's not good.
Hey, brother, let's take a look at it, man. I found something. Let's just take a look at it real quick. Shout out to brother Chris. Good to have you in the building, man. We're gonna take a look at this footage real quick. Warning: this may be disturbing. So
8:30 this morning.
Yeah, don't look at this if you got a weak stomach.
Yeah. I think he threw a smoke grenade in there.
Okay, so somebody just got on the train and lit a fire in the line, and then, holy smokes! Now everybody's leaving. So basically, the shooting part is over. Now the smoke bomb, or maybe he
he threw the smoke bomb first, and then started shooting.
Then started lighting them up. Okay, let's see.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, like I said, it was like 16 people got shot. So far, none of them died. And then they found a couple of undetonated explosives around. I think they had some bombs too.
Like no black dude. Undetonated explosives.
I know. That's why I said it's hard. It's hard for me to piece it all together. That's what they said they're looking for. There's a manhunt for a little short black man. So I'm like,
okay, there you go. Rico. They said they found undetonated explosives.
Right.
That don't sound like brothers.
Right. So it's like, it's a lot of little things that's going on here, but I'm just saying this, like, this is some information that we just have to, whether it's positive or negative, I don't want to see any of us walking around with blinders on
Yeah.
If you live in DC, New York, LA, anywhere mass transit,
watch
you know,
out.
and then you got a bunch of copycat fools.
Yeah,
People who
watch
see
out.
something and then do something else similar because they just dumb and crazy. So I just saw that this morning and went, wow, okay. Welcome to America.
What's good? What's good, brothers? What's good, brothers?
Wonderful, sister.
Happy Tuesday. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. Yeah, we starting off this Tuesday morning kind of crazy. I just saw it on social media.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my God. First, it was a mass shooting. Was it a week ago in
Sacramento?
Yeah, in California. And now this. And then, every time things like this happen, like you said, bro Rico, a lot of the younger generation, they are so far removed from what's going on in the world around them. And like you, myself, and bro Clarence, if you're older and grew up watching the news, it was the news was a part of my family like tradition. We would watch the news, and my mother and father made us read the newspaper when I was coming up. And it's like you need to know what's going on in your community, plus you need to know what's going on in the world. And then I would always watch World News Nightly with Peter Jennings and Ted Koppel. Like, these are household names. Walter Cronkite. I was real little when Walter Cronkite was out, but just watching this, and thinking about in the last 2 years since the pandemic, how much trauma we have endowed in the world, how much trauma since the last 2 years, since the pandemic. I mean, even before then, because when I think of New York and think of something catastrophic like this, it always takes me back to 9/11. And it's like, who, like my son was living in 9/11 when it happened, and I was back home in Chicago, and I had took the day off because I was tired, and I was asleep, and I was awakened by my son's phone call telling me, "Oh my God, Mom, turn on the news. They just bombed, the Twin Tower." And I was like, and I honestly didn't know where my son worked at the time. I was like, "Do you work in one of them?" He was like, "No, Ma, I don't work in those buildings." He was like, "But I've been in those buildings." He was like, "No, but I was at work." And they was literally locked in, and I was talking to him the whole time. And they were in his place of business where he works for hours before they let him out. That's how crazy. And I'm just watching the news and talking to him on the phone. And people need to realize how much trauma that we have suffered in this world with these type of things going on, losing loved ones and friends and relatives. If not from the pandemic, from things like this, mass shootings, and just mass everything. And
you just reminded me, you talked about 9/11, and Rico was talking about how we have to just keep our eyes open. Remember the security guard from one of the Twin Towers that was sending people back into the building? She sent people back into the building.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yep. I mean, to literally watch people jumping from that high rise to their death I watched that. Listen, I watched that because it was set on fire when the planes crashed into the building. And the people that was on those top floors, and they would rather jump to their death than to get burned alive. And it was just you talking about, listen, and we not that far removed from that. It's only been 21 years or something like that since 9/11. Even though if probably some of our children were younger or our grandchildren were younger, but I remember it like it was yesterday.
But Patrice, I'm gonna do something, and I'm gonna get you too, Clarence, because like you said, this that just happened, right? And it just seems odd when you hear about the gas mask, the canister, the detonated explosives. Like, that doesn't sound like a white guy, right? And I agree with you. I'm struggling with it But then something just came to mind and said, you know what? The hell if it can't be a black man. And I'm going to tell you one other time when as a black man, we were us fool and stupid. So 1 year, because we're coming up on the anniversary of it in a few months, a little more than 1 year after 9/11.
I think I know what you're getting ready to say.
You know what we went through?
You talking about the DC shooter?
You damn right, the DC.
I knew it because we didn't think that was a brother doing that. Yeah,
and I'm
we did not.
You, because you didn't live in this area, you do not know the fear
that
people
had. Yep.
Until they caught his ass.
Yeah,
we were scared shitless. Everybody. I know where I was the first day they sat there and they said somebody's riding around shooting and killing people. And nobody, and he was a sniper. You didn't see it. You didn't hear it. The first person he shot and killed was a bus driver, probably about maybe 5 minutes from, I'm in my house right now, maybe 5 minutes from Aspen Hill.
Wow.
A black man. He was a bus driver. They call it the Montgomery County Ride On. He pulled up to the bus stop, was letting somebody out. They shot his ass in the driver's seat. Doing his job. Then he went down to D.C. and he shot some people cutting grass. Then he went over to Virginia and he terrorized the living shit out of us for nearly a month before they caught him. He terrorized. And everybody, I remember people saying, oh, it's got to be a white man because a black man, nigga can't shoot that good. Literally. That was literally what we were saying. And then not only was it a black man, he had a 16-year-old boy that was doing it too.
Yeah.
From Jamaica that was shooting.
He had brainwashed that boy. He brainwashed that boy and he literally
Lee Malvo. I forgot the guy name was like
Muhammad or something like that.
I think he was with the nation. He was upset. I know he was Muslim. I can't say he was with the nation. His wife was Muslim, and she came from the West Coast. She came here, was living in Alexandria, Virginia, to get away from him because she knew how crazy he was. And he was looking for her to kill her. Man. So he terrorized the area in hopes that he would be able to find her, to kill her, and he just started shooting and killing people. So, and then here's the crazy part about it. Remember I said the conversation the other day. God, I was like, damn, black man 5'5". We're in a country. Here's the problem. We have a country full of veterans who have just endured 20 years of war. That's why I told people, stop.
And they mentally ill. Yeah, they're mentally ill and
dealing with post-traumatic stress.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they come to find out he was a vet. He was in the war.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. He probably was built bombs and was some kind of sniper specialist.
EOD.
I mean, all of that sounds like somebody that served in the military. Gas masks, bomb traps, bomb setting, smoke. Bombs going on. That sound like somebody is definitely military trained.
Let me hold on, y'all, real quick. Let me do some shout outs. Shout out to my sister Air Jordan, cammed up on us like an OG. Appreciate it. Air Jordan in the building. Brother Robert Watkins, glad to catch you in the building, man. Glad to have you. Brother Big Riggs, shout out to the panel and the people in the chat. Brother Big Riggs, always a welcome sight. And Brother Osmosis. Man, I hope we didn't hurt your feelings too much, man, when we went in on that thing, but we had to tell it like it is, man. Glad to have you in the building, Brother Osmosis. And he says, why does Rico look like he's just here taking a break from the Matrix? I don't know.
Exactly.
Look, man.
You know I'm blue pill, Osmosis. I'm blue pill.
Yeah, he's one of the pills, brother. So, but if you guys got a question for Rico, hey, and if Patrice, I don't know, maybe.
Or Brother Clarence.
Yes.
But the thing is, no, I'm saying, or a question for you too.
Oh, yeah, a question for me. Definitely. Me and Rico, definitely. But maybe, she might want to take a question too. But definitely me and Rico taking questions. So y'all got a question for us, let us know. Other than that, we just chopping it up with our sister, man. Since little family discussion. Y'all in the family too. Y'all just ain't up here on the panel. JP, Rico, like Morpheus.
Rico
Morpheus, Sorpheus.
Yeah. But
That's
no,
what we need to call him.
I just think, like I said, in this day and age, like I said, dealing with all these veterans coming home from the war and looking at the 911 and then looking at the DC sniper. And then when we saw what happened this morning in New York City, I just want everybody to look, be mindful of your surroundings, be careful. I don't want people to live in fear. I just don't want you walking around with blinders.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
If you see people in your neighborhood,
stay alert and stay aware of your surroundings. I would always tell my son that because he would be walking and he would be attentive to his earphones, listening to music loud in his ears. I said, you wouldn't hear somebody if they snuck up on you. You wouldn't hear a police siren, you wouldn't hear a fire truck siren. Why are the younger generation get so distracted like that? And they don't know what's going on around them. Man, when I go into strange places for the first time, you know what? When I walk in, I'm looking at where the back exit is.
Yeah.
That's how it trained me for stuff. Yeah. I'm dead serious. When I go, if I'm in a concert, I ask the workers the hall people. I say, where are your back exits? Where are your side exits? Listen, these are things literally we have to be aware of and start doing. Now that we're opening back up, and I'm going to concerts, I'm going to comedy shows. And I always ask, any place that's unfamiliar, a restaurant, I want to know where your back exit is.
Yeah.
That's a very smart strategy. I mean, that's you're right. That's where you always, the nearest exits, and just, and so even on your job, like you said, with the pandemic, people are coming back to work. People are, levels of stress is higher than it was pre the pandemic. So you start looking at your coworkers and you see him sitting over there talking to himself. Call somebody in HR, send him an email, do something.
Listen, I worked with this young lady and I kept telling them, I said, look, something wrong with her because she had served her country, but she was a little off. She would talk a little crazy, and then they end up suspending her. But when she came back, she started threatening about bombing the building up and shit. And she coming in there talking to me about it. And I went to HR. I said, look, we should take nothing lightly. I said, she is literally bomb threatening. She threatened to bomb one of the co-workers' houses that she had got into it with that got her suspended. And they finally got rid of her, but we end up having to call security and having a bunch of security around the building 24/7 because we didn't know. Listen, when somebody threats, you have to take it seriously. Don't take threats lightly. If somebody, even if you get into a fight and somebody tell you, I'll be back, are you gonna stand there and wait on them?
And especially in this,
are you gonna be on the lookout, and are you gonna be ready? And aware of your surroundings around you in case that person might take you up on that and catch you slipping. How many people we know have been caught slipping and look what happened to them?
And what's crazy is in this country, you must take it serious because like I said, they estimated something like 5 guns for every person living in this country.
Wow.
Most of them are in the hands of a smaller group of people because, a lot of people don't have guns. But then you got guys that have 15, 20. You see, they'll go in the guy's house. The guy got like 10,000 rounds of ammo. It's like, who the hell is he preparing for?
Army.
You have a lot of
crazy
mindset. And again, I'm a veteran. My son is active duty. I have many friends that are veterans. I love them all. But I know some of those people will come back.
They come home messed up. They do. They come back messed up.
Right. And you cannot, there's no cure for that. It can only be treated. Yeah. There's no cure for the mental ill. So they have to continue to be treated for the rest of their life. And then sometimes one day this guy might just lose that battle to the monster in his mind. So I tell people, at a minimum, don't you be the catalyst for pushing them over. Treat people with respect, whether you like them or not.
Exactly.
And and the biggest
Why
fear
you
is
think we've had so many workplace shootings? You know why?
exactly
Because a lot of bosses and managers don't know how to talk to people,
and
and
what
when they let employees go, they talk shit, they talk
Yep,
smart, or they probably poke the bear so many
yep,
times until that person, if they're already unbalanced, and then you
mhm,
let them go, they coming back, and the first person they looking for is that manager or that
and
supervisor
you
that
know,
fired them, and all the employees that treated them mean and talked to
mhm,
them any kind of way. People are so unaware of that.
yep. But let
I
me tell you,
Go
Drink, I'm
ahead.
gonna tell you what the big jobs do. Like my job, right? When they let people go, you know what they do? They get their ass like 6 months severance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They pay them enough
yeah,
that but it's a job too, like I said, Walmart lets you go the day your last paycheck.
right.
And you figuring like, and now you done sit there and then they done lost their job. You wasn't paying them nothing in the first place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When they was working, you was giving them, they were damn poverty
Kibbles and
wages.
bits, kibbles and bits.
Right. So now you don't want to give them no severance. And they got to go out here. They're uneducated. They got to look for another low end job. They got
Hmm. And they
family and
got
kids.
families. Yep.
And it's like, no, pay them, give them 6 months of it. I'm not saying you obligated, but you're gonna be worse off if they come back and shoot up the damn job.
Hmm.
Because guess what? He got enough to go buy a gun.
Yep.
And that's the
Exactly.
stuff you just really, it's just crazy. I looked at, so I don't know, we don't know until they settle, till they find this guy from in New York. But
Yeah.
watching some kind of story behind that.
Oh yeah, I
Some
wouldn't be
kind of,
surprised for sure if he's not a military
right.
guy.
And
It's gonna
nobody with no damn sense just wake up one day and say, you know what, I'm gonna put on a gas mask, a construction vest, I'm gonna get a smoke bomb, that's a build up.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a build up when you get to that point that you do all of that.
Yeah.
A lot of times somebody that do that too, they mad at the government, they mad
Yep.
at their relationship, they mad at all the failures, they
Yep.
probably got fired, something happened to make that person snap in a
And then
moment, but it probably was a build up of things, and if he lived alone, then nobody was aware of the plans. But if he lived in a household with family and all of this, it's like you don't know what people you live with doing.
But what'll
Like,
happen is
They hide. They hide.
after, but after they find out, this is what that gets me. After they find out, then all of a sudden,
I didn't
30
know.
people gonna come and say, "Oh, I saw it," but y'all didn't say shit to nobody.
Right.
Y'all
Yeah,
didn't
he
say shit.
always was a little off. He used to talk to himself all the time, but I didn't bother him. I just,
Right.
yeah.
He killed about 8 dogs by hanging them in the tree. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Why did y'all say anything? And this is what ends up happening.
Yeah, those are
That,
the Jeffrey Dahmers and the John
yeah,
Gacy's of the world. They
but people
started off
saw,
by killing animals first.
yep,
Yeah.
but people saw things and they ignored them and
Mm-hmm.
didn't help get the person help. And then it be the mother. Well, he just, mama, you can't keep covering for that shit.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Just like everybody know they got degenerate family in the family members in their family that don't do nothing but wreak havoc, commit
Yep.
crimes everywhere they go,
Yep.
carry guns illegally,
Yep.
involved in shootings, got a massive jail, time for violent crime. Everybody got it. Everybody got them degenerates in their family.
Hold on, Patrice. Brother Robert Watkins says we're a little off base because y'all haven't been there.
We
Brother
speaking in
Robert
generalities.
I don't
We're not
know.
speaking anything specific.
What
know
are we
exactly
what are
you're
we
talking
all off base about? Because y'all
That's what I'm
haven't
saying.
been there.
I'm asking them now to make be a little more clear.
And we're not saying all veterans come home messed up, but a lot of them do. I don't know what he's
Exactly.
talking about.
That's
We're
what we
off base, so maybe he can
Right.
clear that up a little bit and be a little bit more
Specific.
explanatory.
Yeah.
Because-
If you could make it a little clear, brother Robert.
And here's the fact. Here's the fact, Brother Watson. Again, I'm a veteran. My son's active duty.
And my
But
son
we
is a
do
veteran,
know-
yeah.
And in addition to that, we know the number of veterans who are committing suicide every day.
Yeah, and
And
some
most
are
of it is
committing
because of
the M
mental
word
trauma.
plus suicide. If they got
That's
wives, they committing the M on the wife and then committing suicide on themselves.
yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible. Brother Big
I,
Rick
I
Smart
don't know
said,
if you okay though, Big Rig. You okay?
Big
You
Rick said,
okay with me, Big Rig? But I don't
Brother
know.
Big Rick says, I used to kill birds. I came out cool. Also, I
Uh,
got the BB gun taken away too. Man,
me too.
Yeah,
yeah,
in general, most young boys
Yeah,
did do little things like that. But when they become obsessive with it,
yep,
when you cut up and dissect cats and dogs and hang
yeah,
them, now
yep.
that's a little bit much. Cut them open, and
Mhm.
all they stuff is hanging out. That's the stuff that John Gacy and Jeffrey Dahmer was doing.
Yeah, they say
oh,
that
no smoke.
that's part of the study when they
Starting to
study
become a
serial killers.
pathological serial killer. Yes.
Yes, the
Yeah,
fascination with that. Same thing with people who become serial fire starters. They start that. That's
Yes.
also a trait when you find out all of a sudden people are
Start
serial
burning stuff in
fire
the house, then you burning that old mattress in the backyard, and then it just escalates to other things. Some young boys, would do that. My brothers had BB guns. I'm pretty sure they probably shot at birds, shot at
oh, yeah.
a squirrel or
But
something. Yeah,
let
but
me say this, Patrice. Mr. Watkins, that's what I said. I said it's a buildup. That's cumulative.
yeah, we
I
said
didn't
that.
say it's just pop. I said it's a buildup. And I believe that when they catch the man who did what he did this morning in New York City, we will
Hmm.
find out that it was a buildup. And I mean, he
And
didn't commit
and
mass
he
murder.
and
He
he
shot.
already might have been mentally ill and should have been
Right,
hospitalized, and it was just
right,
overlooked. If he was a veteran, he probably was on medication, but it
right.
wasn't enough.
Or he didn't take it, or things like that's what we're saying
Hmm.
is that history showed that. And you're right. We're not saying mass murder, but I'm saying he shot 16 people, so you can't say he wasn't trying.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, now he may be a failed mass murder. If 4 or more of those people had died, he would have been classified as a mass murderer.
Yeah, they
And
say.
we
I
don't
think they
know
say
if
if you kill three or more,
right,
you considered a mass
you're a mass
murder.
murderer. Period. So
Hmm.
those 2 guys in Sacramento this weekend, they're mass murder because 6 people died.
Yeah,
That happened last week, and they were 2 young black men, gangbangers. They're
crazy.
mass murders. They killed 6 people. I mean, that's the classification for it, is what we're speaking of. And we're just saying in America, there are too many instances of this occurring. That's
Yeah.
why we're known as the mass murder capital of the
Okay,
world.
okay. I got a question for y'all then.
Mhm.
Why? Why is this so prevalent in
Guns,
America?
guns. We got damn guns everywhere. I just told you it's 5
Eh,
guns for every person.
Rico. So are you
Well,
saying,
that's a combination with mental illness and trauma
Right.
too.
But
but are
guess
you
what?
saying that killing wouldn't be happening if there was no guns? And they wouldn't be using knives or
It would be a lot less. It would be way, because that's what they try in Japan. That's what they do in England. But I don't see 16 people standing around to get stabbed.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting there saying we cannot act like the prevalence of guns has zero effect on it, because as OG Patrice said, and I agree 1,000%, there's mental illness and traumas in countries all over the world. They just ain't got on average 5 guns per living being. So if you can't get to a gun, you can't necessarily act in a mass way. And that's just the reality and the fact, whether we want to admit it or not. Because all these other countries have everything else we got other than guns. And they have nowhere near the rate of the shootings. And there's a reason why, when people say, well, it was a knife, well, why the fuck didn't he just take a knife and start running through stabbing everybody? He
Right.
didn't. He picked it
JP, we're
up.
not villainizing all veterans or
No,
mentally ill people. We're not saying that. I think you guys
exactly.
are really taking this out of content.
Right.
But
Time
the
up.
most of the mass murderers or shooters have had some form of mental illness and have been veterans. Not all. Don't take
Yes.
this out of content with what we're saying.
Right.
Nobody's
I
saying
think
that.
most
My
veterans
son
will tell you
served,
that.
he came out okay, but I had uncle that served in Vietnam. They lucky if they just become alcoholics and drug addicts, because that's
Yeah.
what my uncle came out being. He ended up being an alcoholic, to the day he died. And that's how he died, from the illness of alcoholic. But he was messed up because he would tell stories. And this was my uncle. He would tell stories of his experience in Vietnam every time he got drunk. Every time he got drunk. And then he'd be crying. He used to have nightmares. And I know because he used to live with us when I was little. So I would see this as a child. And he dealt with his internally by becoming an alcoholic. And I've seen veterans deal with how they deal with, especially Vietnam.
I'll also be clear to you. Do y'all know that the unbelievable number of homeless combat
veterans
would astound you?
Yeah.
So we want to give all this praise, and we want to salute, and we want to say thank you for the people. But those guys come back dealing with serious trauma.
They do. It's just the truth.
So you salute them in uniform, but when they're sleeping on the fucking street, don't nobody want to do nothing for them.
Yeah.
A lot of those homeless guys that you see in the middle
they
of the
are veterans.
begging, they're veterans.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we look at them and say a bum.
Yeah.
We say an alcoholic and a bum. You don't see him because he's not in uniform. Because I told you they come back messed up.
Yeah.
I've seen some have on the street that had a sign say, you know, I served my country. I'm a veteran. I'm a Vietnam veteran. And he would maybe have the hat on and some old buttons or whatever. And yes, and you could tell he's become an alcoholic and possibly a drug addict. And he's on the corner begging. So when I stop at the light and I see that, I have given to them because I always say thank you for serving your country, because I know what the wars have done to a lot of them.
Right. And
it's just the truth.
You watch 1,000 cars ride past them and don't put a fucking quarter in there.
Yep, exactly.
Don't put.
I try to always give to the veterans if they say that to the veteran. I remember when I worked the Obama campaign, we went to the veteran hospital. We went to Walter Reed Hospital, and what I saw there, I'm telling, I just listen. They don't do them right as it is, because they deserve so much more of better treatment, better mental health treatment, better financial treatment than the government is giving them, and they serve this country. So that's what my fight for the veteran was about, because I saw it firsthand at Walter Reed Hospital.
Yeah.
It's serious.
Hold on 1 second. Let me do some shout outs real quick. Shout out to Sister Inya. Good to have you in the building. Who else did I miss? Big Time Drum, Big Mike, good to have you in the building, brother. And I think that is it. That is it.
Yeah, nobody is saying all veterans. We're just saying there's a lot of them, though, that come home messed up.
Yeah. I mean, I just want people, right. Can people please accept and understand that, look, we are not talking about veterans. We're just simply talking about mental illness, and we're just saying,
and trauma, yes.
And what I pointed out was that because we're dealing with active combat, 20 years of it, there are so many guys out there, and we need to be mindful of it, that as they work through whatever they work through, be respectful and treat them better, and try to treat people more kindly. You should want to do it for everybody.
Exactly.
But especially because we live in a time of active, hostilities, and even guys possibly ending up going to Ukraine. So, I mean, hell, we end one and we start another one. Be more respectful in how you treat people, especially veterans. But when they come home, they're not wearing a uniform, so you can't tell.
Yep, and you just think they some bomb on the streets that's probably homeless because he messed up all his money and lost everything. That's not always the case. When the veterans come home and they're mentally ill, their mindset has always been based off of survival. So even when they're on the streets, they're still in survival mode.
And Mr. Watkins, if you could please come up and join the panel. Show Clarence in the background, release your face, and then you can stay as an avatar. That's fine. Because if you are, as you say you are, and I believe you are, I think you should have a voice here to speak to this so that there is no misunderstanding to what we're saying.
Come on up.
Yeah, don't get us wrong, because there's a lot of them that ain't veterans that's out here doing this stuff.
Right.
We're not saying it's only veterans.
No, and I'm just speaking to veterans because
Let
specifically.
me catch up, Sister Innie, real quick. If you didn't see beginning of the broadcast, we talked about the mass shooting on the subway in New York City, and we all just talking about what we think about the type of person that probably would do something like that. And veterans came up, as well as other types of people came up. So, basically somebody that may need some help, some extra help. Let me go to Brother Watkins. Says, I'm retired peacekeeping combat Army veteran, and you are talking to simply, and I am offended. Guys offended Brother Watkins. So
that's why,
Brother Watkins, no one is trying to offend you, brother. We appreciate your service to our country, but you have to admit that some of the brothers and sisters come home from these wars, especially that have been in wars, have actually been in combat in wars, probably like yourself. You have to admit that some of them come home and they are messed up. And I'm not saying all of them snap and do what this guy has done, but let's be real about the mental illness with our veterans in our communities all over the world. That's a real thing.
And what I'm saying is this, Mr. Watkins, we don't even know if this is a veteran. I don't know. I'm just sitting there saying is that I wouldn't be totally blown away if all of a sudden they say, oh, he has a military background. You know what I'm saying? Because we've had, hell, Timothy McVeigh blew up a whole fucking building in Oklahoma City. He was a veteran. So we can't act like the Texas shooting at the University of Texas in the 60s. It's always been going on.
The DC sniper, he was a veteran. Yeah.
So we're not going to pretend like some of these guys don't come back broken. That's all we said. And I'm not going to change my position on that. And I'm a veteran my damn self. And as I said, my son is actively serving.
My son is a veteran. So listen, we're not saying all. Please don't get offended. We're not saying all. We're saying some. And that's just the reality.
And Sister Inya, yes, it is very much worth serving. Absolutely. I would do it again if I wasn't too old and overweight. I love service.
And what makes it so bad about the Vietnam vets, because they were treated so poorly, and the war was totally unnecessary. It was an unnecessary war that didn't have to happen, and they treated them the worst.
And look, let me just say this, Mr. Watkins. 5 of the people that got shot, they in critical condition. If they die, that makes this guy a mass murderer. Mr. Watkins need the link, Clarence.
Yeah,
I would love to get his perspective.
All right, I'm about to give it to him right now.
I want to hear his side.
We gotta give him a voice to say.
Absolutely, and I understand if he come up here and defend his brethren. I get it. I'm not mad at him. He should.
Right.
Come on,
he should. If we say something wrong, I will give a full-throated, authentic apology if I said anything even remotely incorrect, offensive, or even if it was a misunderstanding. But I need to know what it is.
Yeah, it definitely was an offense on my part to offend anyone that have served our country, because I appreciate and salute anyone. Like I said, I visited Walter Reed Hospital. I worked during the Obama campaign, and I know what I saw in that hospital. I saw a bunch of broken people. Not only were they body parts missing, their minds were broken.
Yeah, that's the worst, right?
That's a real thing.
I know of several young men that came out of high school with my kids that are, broken behind things they saw and had to do.
Yes.
No, Enya, I don't think so. Oh, and I got your email, and thank you, sister. Me and Bro Clarence gonna surprise you Thursday, so we'll let you know what time. But no, I don't think the military is weak at all.
No, not at all.
We got one of the strongest military, probably the strongest military in the world. That's just a bunch of propaganda that politicians talk.
Yeah, I have an ex, that brother that served.
Say stupid stuff.
I got an ex whose brother served, came out high ranking.
Yeah.
Good brother, good man, and he committed suicide.
Yeah.
He committed suicide. How left a wife and a family behind. I listen. This is real.
And that's the thing I talk about, the number of veterans that have
I
committed
got
suicide.
stories that I could tell, but I'm not going to even,
They
because
personal.
I want Mr. Robert to come up here, and I want him. I do want him to defend, because I know it's good
Mhm.
brothers and sisters in the military that serve and they come out and they okay. I
Yeah.
know that,
My
but
son served. He's okay so far,
my
and I'm just
son's
fighting
okay
God
so
for
far
him.
too. Thank God he served in the Air Force, so thank
Yeah.
God.
And I'll fight to the death for him. But I don't know if if he's always going to be that way. And every time I talk to him, I always check on him on his mental. Like, you
And,
good?
and every time something like this happens, it's like, who do you blame? Because our
Can't blame
government
anybody.
is half-assed taking care of them. Our government should be providing. There should be more hospitals and mental institutions that should be built in different states all over the world to house these people and to provide mental health care, better
Yeah.
mental health care treatment, and better hospitalization. We fought for that during the Obama administration with Michelle. She was the person. Michelle was really the person that took us on the trip, that was in charge of taking us to Walter Reed Hospital. And I know
Yeah.
what I witnessed, so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Let me do shout outs real quick. Let's see, we got back in the building. Raz Girl, good to see you, Raz Girl. I thought you was banished from us, man. Chaotic said you can't come over here. Shout out, good to see you in the building, Raz Girl. You always welcome. Let's see. And Sister Enya says, wow, that's sad. I do think people should talk about their experience in the military. My uncle was a Marine, but he was in a bad state. All right, so now we got the man of the hour, Brother Watkins. Glad to have you in the building, Brother Watkins. How are you, brother?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
And
How
thank
you
for your
doing,
service,
sir?
brother.
And thank you for your service.
Man,
I appreciate it, man. OG Patrice, I talked to you before.
Yes, I now that I see your face, I remember.
Yes, I'm familiar with you, man. I mean no offense, but when you put mass murderers in with veterans, I did get offended.
I
really
get
did
it.
offended. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Thanks for
Okay.
We can. That wasn't
Yeah.
And
our
like I said, I just
intent.
want to have a
Not
conversation
yeah.
with y'all because you it just feels like you're putting a person's profession next to them acting crazy, and their craziness comes from their profession. If that
Well,
makes
look,
sense to
can I
anybody.
say something, Mr. Watkins? I think what we're trying to say
Yes,
is
sir.
not what we're trying to say is that we know that some of you guys, and I pray my son doesn't, and so on and so on, have seen such terrible things. And as Sister Patrice said, it's not just the global war on terror. It goes back to Vietnam. It goes back to Korea. It goes back. These guys have seen things that no human being on the face of this earth should have to see,
Yeah.
and especially the trauma of seeing one of your brothers at arms. And some
Yes, sir.
people can't get those images out of their head, so we understand. And as Sister Patrice said, what bothers me is we don't do enough to help those, because as you know, sometimes it's even hard to identify if your brother's broken because he don't even tell anybody. Like you said,
Yes,
he
Yeah,
sir.
they
just doing
suffer
his
in
silence.
silence. A lot of them suffer in
And then
silence.
all of a sudden, he either gonna do something to himself, do something to his family, or just you don't know what they're gonna do. So all I was saying was, when I looked at the situation this morning on the news in New York, I said it was like it wouldn't totally throw me off guard if, in fact, because when I started hearing about the unexplosive, undetonated explosives, that's usually the FBI is going to look for people who got experience with it. Who's the first people they're going to look towards, that who has experience with making bombs?
But
They're
why
going
does
to
the
look
profession have
towards
to be in
people
a
like
part of
that.
it, though, sir? That's what I'm asking.
Huh?
Like, you could have been a garbage man and did the same thing.
Which is true. I
Absolutely.
agree with that.
That's very
I
true.
agree
But why put the
100%.
profession in there like these veterans are coming back and hurting people? That's the
No,
part I'm
that
offended
wasn't
by,
what we were
sir.
trying to say.
And I'm not saying you're
No,
saying it
yeah.
personally, but the way it comes out in the ear is y'all put Jeffrey Dahmer killing animals and then veterans together in my mind. Those three
No,
things.
We were separating. We were saying not only has it been veterans that have done this,
and
but
non-veterans as well.
AKA non-veteran people like John Wayne Gacy and Jeffrey
And
Dahmer. That's where we separated. So we wasn't just putting it all on veterans. We was saying it's another side too, that people that not even veterans that have done this.
OG, can I say this part to you? If you put a veteran
Absolutely.
next to Jeffrey Dahmer and somebody else's name, it's kind of like those are collateral. Those all compare.
Right. I get your point. I totally get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah,
I get
Why
you.
are they in the same sentence? Because when he brought up Timothy McVeigh, I thought about David Koresh about the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
You're right.
He wasn't a veteran.
No. I get it. But that's where I thought we were separating it, and maybe
we didn't do it.
Right. I guess we did. We were trying to separate the difference.
Like, I appreciate the conversation to be like, y'all are comparing us to these murderers.
Oh, never that. Never. No, never that. Never that. Never that.
Let me say this, Mr. Haskins. Mr. Haskins, I apologize because now that you explaining it as opposed to typing it, I hear it and I
so do I. My sincere apologies if that came out the wrong way and it got misconstrued. I never, ever in a million years want to offend anyone that has served this country well and represented well. So please accept my apology if it came out that way, because I did not mean for it to.
Yes, ma'am.
I got mad respect. No, I'm not offended, honey, and I'm not above reproach. I can apologize. You know what I mean? I can apologize, and I'm not offended by nothing you said. I appreciate that you said it.
Yes, man. That's all kind of like what triggered me. I'm like, y'all put us all in the same sentence.
Yeah, that was wrong.
And then I'll say this: have you ever seen the Born on the 4th of July?
Yeah.
I did. Yes, I saw that.
Wheelchair,
and that's a sad story that every veteran goes through.
Yes, I know.
Because when we're in the army, we're in a bubble, and our achievement gets us rank, gets us prestige, gets us authority, and we can move soldiers, and we can do what we want to do. We can talk to people the way we want to because the mission is important.
Yes,
the mission is the first thing. And then the welfare of the soldiers is second. So everybody knows what needs to be happening. We don't need to be in combat. We don't need to be in peacekeeping. The mission is the mission. So when people come out of that bubble, the mission ain't the mission. It's survival. It's different. And then when you compare veterans to Jeffrey Dahmer killing an animal, we look at it like, wow.
No, that's where you misconstrued it. No, because we was literally saying people like Jeffrey Dahmer and Gacy. That's how they became serial killers. You know, by starting with the animals, and I guess because it was all lumped in one conversation, it was taken that way. So again, that is not what I intended, and I apologize. I didn't mean it in that shape, form, or fashion. Neither did I intend to offend you. You have served this country. You have served well, and I appreciate men and women like you. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Can I say one thing to Patrice?
Can I say one quick thing to her? I appreciate your grace, Miss OG. I appreciate your grace.
But let me say this, Mr. Watkins. Let me say this. Not only do I appreciate it, I thank you for coming up here checking us. Because see, what happens is I've been out of the military for a long time, 20-something years, almost 30 years. So sometimes, even though I served, I've consider myself a fully fledged veteran. I mean, civilian. I don't know how long you got now. So the thing is, I started picking up the same blind spots to people who never served. So speaking out of turn. So that's why I need a more recent veteran like you to check my ass and say, look, old vet, you've been out too long. You know what the hell you talking about. So that's why I'm glad you came. I mean, because I do. You know, my son sometimes does it. Like, Pop, nah, it ain't like that no more. And I'm like, oh, shit, that's how it was 30, 35 years ago. He's like, man, fuck that shit. That's then. So when you came in like that, I'm like, I'm glad. I thank you for being up here. So now I know going forward, even though if I'll talk about my veterans experience, I'll try to always couch it in back when I was in the 80s and, you know, so on and so forth. This is how it was. Some things are still the same. some things have changed. And you know, and it's big, you know, and like I said, with us speaking that wasn't what we meant, but hearing you say it, I'm like, yeah, we was way
I
off
can see
base.
why it got
I can see
misconstrued.
why
Yeah.
it was. I'm glad you checked me so I don't repeat this dumbass mistake again. That I clean my mouth up before I speak about veterans. And I probably wouldn't have done it if you hadn't checked my ass. So I needed this. So I'm even saying thank you for that, for still educating me. Like, don't conflate the two. When you speak of veterans,
Yes, sir.
even if you speak of them and their problems, speak only about veterans and nothing else.
Right.
Don't even conflate them with nothing
Yes,
else. They don't
yes,
deserve
definitely,
to be conflated
definitely.
with other people.
Yes, absolutely. And you know
They
what?
deserve better than that.
Robert, you would be the perfect person to answer this question that Sister Inya have up here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read it for you.
I was reading that.
So to the veterans, do you have dreams of being at war sometimes, but because it was a traumatic experience? I mean, I don't know if either of you served in a war, but do you suffer with trauma?
Mm-hmm.
I can't answer that because I didn't. Yeah. Can you get a little closer to the mic, Rob? It's a little hard to hear.
Like, I'm sorry. My
no. I want to make sure that the people hear you because your voice is very important.
I'll speak louder. I apologize.
Okay. No, don't you apologize. We need to be apologizing to you.
War sometimes. I'm gonna tell you a vulnerable story. When I got orders to go to Iraq in 2003, we had to go replace the people that actually moved from Kuwait to Iraq. So I didn't do the convoy from Kuwait to Iraq. So they convoyed from Kuwait to Iraq and established a land. You know what I mean? They established a base. They call it a forward operating base, FOB.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do the FOB. People went from Kuwait to Iraq. I flew in from Germany to Iraq. We played bombs over Baghdad when we were on the plane from Outcasts.
Yeah.
That's how real we was, because we were fucking young and stupid. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. We were young and stupid. We're like, yeah, we about to go in here and rile out. We about to do whatever it got to be, right? Come in, we go into a bay. It's 300 beds in the bay. We all sleep in there, right? The first night I had a nightmare. I jumped out of my bed screaming. Everybody like, what's wrong with you? I ain't know what was wrong with me, but I was getting ready for the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mentally,
I still live that every day. The smell of Iraq is different. The look of Iraq is different. What you experience, they got one highway. I'm sorry, let me just, oh my God. There's one highway in Iraq, Highway 1. You go down. That's where all the IEDs, improvised explosive devices, that's what we call it, IEDs. They put all the IEDs along the road. It's a can, it's whatever. You roll over, it blows the fuck up. Excuse me. It blows up.
Oh, wow.
That's your pain. So I think about it every day. I am traumatized by that.
Yeah.
When I first came home, I'm walking down the street and I'm like, boom, I'm getting down.
Yeah. Yep.
Because we're getting bombed every day. We hear that. There is a trauma.
Yep.
There is a trauma. So go back to what we were talking about earlier. When you're comparing a veteran to a mass murderer or a person that kills animals, I'm offended because y'all put me in this position.
I get it.
Defending our country based on what y'all told me.
I get it.
Right?
Yeah, I get it. Right. And again, we were trying to separate it, but I can see how it got misconstrued and thinking we were trying to put you all in the same basket. And that's not what we meant. So, but I get your side. I hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand why you would feel that way. So, because it was all in one conversation. It was all grouped in one conversation. Yep. So I understand. And I'm glad that you answered that question honestly in its totality, because I talked about my uncle's experience. He served 2 years in Vietnam, and I watched him come home, and I watched the trauma that he went through, and it turned him into an alcoholic, because he would wake up screaming in the night. He couldn't stand to hear gunshot. He couldn't even stand to hear the ambulance. Every time the ambulance he would hear, he would get scared. Like, yes, I watched the effect that and the trauma that it took on him mentally, and he drank himself to death. And they found him in the dead of winter in Chicago, where he in some alley where he was drunk and had failed and hit his head, and he died. That's what happened to my uncle. And let me finish. Now, let me tell you something though first. And even after he got out and was still kind of messed up, he was one of the uncles that became a Black Panther. But all through the time he even served with his brother, which is my other uncle, as a Black Panther, he was the one that went into service his whole time doing that, even doing the things that he saw in COINTELPRO, which is another government situation that happened to the Black Panthers. A lot of people need to dig more into that. Messed him up on top of what he had already been through when he come home after serving. So he literally drunk himself to death. That's I want to say I know it's real because I seen it with my own two eyes.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me do a shout out real quick. I got to shout out Dr. Hood real quick. Shout out to Dr. Hood, and we got to keep the show going. All right, brother. Whoever was talking, please go ahead and continue.
No, the guest of honor. Go ahead, Mr. Watkins.
I don't want to keep offending. I apologize.
No, you're not offended. Please stop saying that because you're not offended.
We just needed that. We needed your understanding, and now we got it. But you go ahead. You keep educating. I want to
try to make people understand. In the military, we glorify alcohol.
Yeah.
Anytime
people that
we get together, we drink alcohol.
Have a drink over this. Have a drink over that. Yep.
Drink.
Yep.
Hey, you worked hard today. Hey, we got a bottle over there. Y'all ready? So we're indoctrinated to drinking our stress away.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Watkins, you could be 18 years of age and they serving alcohol to 18 and 19-year-old kids. They are not waiting till you turn 21, because I went into 18 and we drank every day. If we weren't in the field training, when we got back in garrison, we drank 7 days a week, all night, get up, start to work the next day, and rinse, and repeat. But thank you for saying that, sir.
So when you think about nature and nurture, so if you're nurtured in Vietnam for 2 tours, and you're doing heroin, you're doing alcohol, you're just trying to survive, and you come back to
to deal with it and cope. Yep.
And you ain't got no standard to live by. You know that alcohol make you feel good.
Right. It numbs whatever. It numbs that pain. Yep. I know. I get.
I'm not to be played with. That's what we feel.
Yep. I get it. I get it. I saw it. My uncle, same thing. I think they over in Vietnam, they were shooting opium. Or what is it called? Opium. He came home and he shot. He shot up. He shot up for a while. My mama used to find needles and stuff in his room, and used to kick him out and throw the needles. Listen. I know. Then he finally stopped using that, but he never quit the alcohol. He went, and what made me so mad. Yes, but let me tell you what pissed me off, and the reason why I was so glad that I really thought it made a little difference what Michelle Obama did for the veteran, but it's still not enough. It's not enough. Because of what I saw with my uncle was the reason why I wanted to be a part of that. And when I went to Walter Reed Hospital and saw the things that I saw, most of those veterans in there were former alcoholics and drug addicts, but they had to not only cope with the mental part of that, they were coping with being disabled, losing limbs. I saw guys, I saw people with one leg, people with no legs, people with one arm, people with no arms. Like just even seeing that and visiting with people like that, because as a part of the Obama campaign, when Michelle did that, I was a part of the entertainment. Like we would go over and we would do the OSO. What is it called? The OSC? USO. We would do and entertain the USO and things of that nature. So we did a show at Walter Reed Hospital, and talked to, listen, just to even see it, was traumatizing. So I can only imagine to go through it. It's hella
Robert,
traumatized.
let me ask you a question, Robert. Right, so and it's one thing I try to tell people too. Like less than 1% of the population ever even puts on a uniform and serve. So 99% of Americans never even wear the uniform. So you're in that club of that 1%. I'm in that club of 1%. Several other people, and I'm pretty sure, and it was the part that I hope you heard where I said, and I try to put this message out, is I'm like, people, when you see a homeless guy on the street, a lot of times that might be a veteran who's dealing with things because, like you said, he come back with the trauma. You're holding it together, but I'm pretty sure you probably know some brothers that ended up divorced, couldn't keep a job, and like you said, whether it was alcohol, whether it's drugs or whatever, and they're just dealing with their issue, and then they end up out on the street because we do have a problem with homeless veterans in this country, and they don't want to be. So I tell people, when you
and
walk
that's the
past,
part because we ostracize them, and we need to stop ostracizing them and help them.
But when they're in a uniform, you want to salute them. But when they're not in uniform,
right,
you want to treat them like a bum. That's the same damn person. So you're not in uniform right now. If you were sitting on the bench with a can, they probably just walk past you. But when you was in uniform, they'd all salute you, want to buy you a drink, take you to dinner. I'm like, that's the same Robert Watkins. He's the same one out of uniform that he is in uniform. And you can't love them when they're wearing a uniform and treat them like shit when he ain't.
And when they've been through trauma,
because
and when they've been through trauma,
they just do it. It's like open up your ears, and that's what I was talking about when I say, look, because there's so many of you guys who have come back from dealing with, because we've been as a nation at war for 20 years. I'm like, that's a lot of damn veterans that have been dealing with this shit, because it ain't the same guys. It's like some kids went in, imagine 1920 and you seeing your guy get blowed up, and you got to live with that shit for the rest of your life. It could have been you, and so on and so forth. But you're trying to cope to keep living. Some people can, some can't. All I'm saying is try to treat them with the respect they deserve. Try to do it for everybody.
Yes.
But be mindful that we're living with a lot more. There was a big break from Vietnam to 9/11. So we went about 20, 30 years apiece. So most of the Vietnam vets got real old. I mean, damn near 90% of them done died. But now we replaced them with veterans of the global war on terror. And guess what, folks? Y'all gonna have about another 50 years of living with these guys. Hopefully,
that's why it's got to get better. That's why the medical, the hospitalization, the housing, the finance, all of that got to get better.
They're 25 years old and they've seen the horrors of war. And they're going to live with that shit. And all due respect to you, Mr. Watkins, continue on in the path that you're on. But or I ain't going to say I would think you got to live with that trauma for the rest of your life. It ain't going to go away. You just got to work with it. And that's what I try to tell people. Like, look, there's no cure for that shit. It's just treatment. There's no cure.
Let me
ain't nobody make you unsee what you saw or forget what you saw. You can't make you do that.
Rico, hold on one second. Let me shout out Brother Sim Simmons in the building. Glad to have you in the building, Brother Sim. Sister Enya had a good question, and I wanted Mr. Watkins, I definitely wanted Mr. Watkins to address it. She says, wow, I hope I didn't trigger anything. No, you triggered a good discussion, Sister Enya. These conversations can help people who deal with trauma. May I ask how you're coping with it now? If you'd like to elaborate on that, Brother Watkins, can you elaborate on what?
I did read the question. I appreciate it.
Go ahead, brother.
I appreciate it. You gotta set yourself to a standard. Like I do yoga and I do meditation now, just to get myself centered. Like I just go back to the military. Wake up at 5:30 in the morning, meditate, go for a walk, do some yoga, keep stretching, because your mind is the only thing you can control. Your mind is the only thing you control. You can't control nothing anybody else does. So we talk about the trauma I've been through. If I could be vulnerable for a minute, I lost my son in 2016 at 19 to gun violence.
Man,
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Corona in 2020.
Oh my
You see what I'm
goodness.
saying?
Wow.
Like
And more
everybody
trauma.
loses. The
Yeah.
older you get,
Yep.
you lose in life.
Yep.
But you gotta
That's
be
true.
able to get back to yourself and move forward. Hurt gonna be there. The
Yeah.
trauma gonna be there. But you gotta figure out a way to make it work for you.
Right.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, I hope I'm not being dismissive on it, but
No, I want to ask you though.
life is fair,
Uh,
but people aren't.
right. That's what I want to ask you for the trauma you endured. Um, how old were you when you went in, and after you got out and from your trauma you endured, did you also get medical treatment or mental health treatment too? How do you feel about the government and how they treat you guys, and what could they do more to fight for guys like you? I just want to ask you that.
In my personal opinion, I appreciate the question. I came
Mm-hmm.
to the Army when I was 19 because I had a son. And I
Wow.
didn't want my son not to have medical care.
Right.
And that was 1992. So I served from 1992 to 2012 because I kept having children. And I didn't want my
Mm-hmm.
kids not to have medical care.
Right.
So from 1992 to 2012, I'm going to say the military does provide counseling, but they provide, do I want to bring color into it? They provide white women in front of you
Oh
that don't
wow.
understand what you go through. So they just say a
So,
whole bunch of things and give you a whole bunch of workbooks,
and medicine
but that
maybe
ain't going to
just
help
to,
you. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So honestly and truthfully, they do provide counseling, but the mentorship from older men in the military, not just black men, white
Mm-hmm.
men, that's going through the same thing as you, is really the camaraderie that we all depend on.
Now I
And then when
heard
you got the
stories.
military, you lose that camaraderie because everybody's trying to get their own. Everybody trying to survive on their own. So you got to
I heard
survive on your own.
stories of systemic racism in the military as well. So you never saw people that looked like you that was there to help you, like therapists, counselors, psychiatrists. None of
I've
them
never seen a
ever.
black man.
Wow.
I've never seen a black man in my 20 years of service, even after. I tell you, probably 9 times out of 10, they're going to give me a white woman. And then 1 time out of 10, they're going to give me a black woman.
Wow.
So what
Yeah.
do you
That's
want me to do with that? I might as well talk to my
exactly.
mama on this point. And
Exactly.
that's how I feel about it. Like, you know what I mean? And no disrespect to females, but why I'm going to tell you that?
Right. I get it. Right. You
Okay,
needed
thank you.
another black man to relate to. I totally get it. And I'm a black woman, so, and I'm not offended by that. I understand, because it's just some things that need to be discussed and talked about man to man, just like it's some things that, women need to discuss woman to
Yes,
woman.
ma'am.
So I totally understand what you're saying. So
And then,
after you
and then
start,
as you say, I apologize, man.
no, go ahead.
And then, like you say, as a continual care, my dad didn't get 100% till 25 years after he got out the military. I don't have 100% right now. And I
Damn.
served 2 wars with these people.
And that's the thing
Just
that we
all the
was fighting
bureaucracy.
for. Yeah, that's the thing we was fighting for with Michelle Obama campaign, or with the veterans, and she was fighting hard for that. And it's unfortunate
You know
that
what? You know
they
what,
denied
man?
so
I
much of
emailed
it.
her and she ain't emailed me back. So what does that mean to me?
Did you email her directly, or did you email
Kamala
her?
Harris, Vice President. I've emailed everybody. I've emailed my House of Representatives, my senator, the Vice President, the President. What are they gonna talk about me? Like the man said, 10% of the population deals in the military, right? So that's
Mhm.
3.8 million people out of 380 million people. Why you can't answer my email?
So you saying no one answered you from Michelle's organization?
Michelle, no, I'm talking about Kamala Harris. I apologize.
Oh, okay, because
I
I served through doing the Obama
Yes, man. I
campaign with
apologize. Yeah,
Michelle.
I'm
Okay, so
Michelle
you
Obama
right.
Harris.
So yeah. So let me ask you this: uh, does Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? Because I'm not sure, because I fell out after Obama campaign. Do they have a program directed strictly for veterans right now that they
I've never
are
been
asked?
directed to it. I've emailed them directly on
Okay,
their official website.
right.
So I don't know if they have like a veterans outreach program. And like, I'm not even trying to go that high. The president, the vice president. I've talked to my representative.
Locally.
I've emailed my representative. I've emailed my senator and said, hey, like you said, I look like I'm doing good because y'all never gonna see when I'm bad.
Right.
I'm never gonna let people see when I'm bad.
Now, have you reached out to your local politicians? Have you started there locally with like whoever your politician is in your community? Like,
I feel like that was the House of Representatives, man. But I don't want to make it personal. But like, I've done the due diligence, and I pray when someone said like you coping really well, I'm not coping really well. I'm just dealing with what y'all give me. I'm a soldier.
Yeah, that's a damn shame.
If you give me MREs, I'm MREs. Like, I live in a house right now based on my motherfucking membership. Right. This is all based on VA. This is VA benefits. But then when the coronavirus hit and everybody hurt, they don't care because everybody hurt. And Ukraine got to get their money, right? So I'm good. I'll wait.
Yeah, and that's the sad part is all the money that we sending over there to them, and we got veterans over here that is suffering and going through the things that they are going through here in the United States. That's the one thing that I've always been so disapproved of, is the fact that we can send money and be all in other people's business over in other countries when we got so many people over here in America that's hurting and suffering. You know, it is. I feel like sometimes we don't take care of our own better first. We would take care of somebody else overseas and in another country better sometimes than we do our own. That's the thing that I get so upset about, what happens with the Congress and our government as far as us here in the United States. It's like we got people that went from in the United States that went to Vietnam, that went to Saudi, that went through Iraq, that went through Afghanistan, all these wars and different things. And I know for a fact they're not being treated and taken care of the way that they should. And these were some of the things that Michelle was fighting for even then. It got a lot of pushback, and they voted no against a lot of things for y'all, and that was so fucking sad to me. But it's like, what can you do? You know, when everybody is voting against what you're trying to push.
All right, Brother Watkins, I got a question for you, brother, because I used to work right down the street from a VA hospital, and right out here in West Los Angeles, and I mean I would say probably at least 90 or more % of the homeless guys that were sleeping in the parks and under the underpasses were veterans. I mean, almost all of them were veterans, man. So my question to you is, brother, what is the VA missing to help people like that, man? To help them, you know, get their lives back together, or whatever? Do you have a clue as to what they're missing over there, and what they could do to, you know, slow the number of vets that come back home and be homeless down?
Like I said, I don't think the outreach is there. Nobody gives them an outlet. They're just like,
when you say the outreach, what exactly do you mean by outreach, brother? People actually going to the street and talking to people, or what exactly?
Like, even like nobody. I'll say I was in the military, right? Every military person I know does not go to the VA. Mm-hmm. Anybody that retires does not go to the VA because the VA is a set pool of just waiting for people to give you a medication or whatever. The VA does not.
Yep, that's all they do. Give you medication, send you on your way. Yep.
There you go. So the VA doesn't work. There's no outreach. There's no way. If you come in here, we'll give you food, we'll give you shelter, we'll give you opportunity, we'll get you a job, we'll get you a look. None of that stuff. So that's why veterans on the street, because nobody's giving them nothing.
And just like they build in all of these different communities in different states, I feel like in every state there need to be veteran communities. Communities set up with housing, with resources, with mental health care, with physical therapy programs and things that, like, in a community, like where nothing but veterans can live there. You know, I feel, this is just my personal opinion, and I brought this thing up too when I was working with Michelle Obama on their campaign. I said, why don't we have, if we can build up all these other housing developments low income voucher, Section 8. I said, why we can't do something like that in each state for veterans? And it's strictly for them, and they have communities only set for them where they could get the mental health treatment, the physical therapy treatment. There's a clinic on board to help and correct prescription drugs and hospitalization for them. Why can't we do that in every state? I never understood that, you know. So for the things that I've seen happen, they're starting now with like the tiny houses for veterans. It's a slow process, but it's a long overdue process. Another friend of mine, he worked for an ex of mine that owned a lounge in Chicago. He was a veteran, had served in Vietnam, smart as a whip. When I tell you, when I was working at that bar with him, and he would just do stuff around, take out the garbage. He would be like a little security and, you know, run errands and stuff. And he was an alcoholic. And my old man at the time let him stay in the back room of the lounge. So he would always, so if somebody tried to break in or whatever, he was that guy. He was just that all around good guy, smart. When I tell you smart as a whip, we used to play Jeopardy all the time. And I like to consider myself pretty intelligent when it comes to Jeopardy. He would beat me every time. That's smart as a whip. So one day, we didn't see him. Day go by, two days go by. We thinking, okay, because sometimes he would go and he would stay in the YMCA or whatever. And we didn't see him. Now we passing by. We end up finding him dead in the garage in back of the lounge, sitting up in a chair. You could just tell, had a beer in his hand. It was slumped over. You could tell he was watching TV, and he just must have slumped over and just died. He had been there for over a week.
Oh.
When I tell you the disgust of, because rats had got to him. Rats had got to him.
Yeah.
And the only thing that the VA did for that man, and I when I tell you, I love that man like he was a brother. They wrote a goddamn article in the newspaper, talked about the Purple Hearts he had and all this and that shit. But he was homeless and he was an alcoholic, living in the back of our goddamn lounge. We treated him better than the goddamn government did. So when he died, now you want to give him all these accolades and talk about everything he did for the country, but look how he died. It was a goddamn shame. That's what makes me so ashamed sometimes to be an American. That's what makes me pissed off so much sometimes about our government.
And Patrice, you know what's crazy about it is that this ain't even nothing new. We went through this shit in Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? Of the veterans being homeless and addicted and alcoholic. And I'm like, God damn, America, it ain't like this movie you haven't seen this movie before.
Exactly.
At the end of this war, of these wars, you had at the end of World War II, when black veterans came back and they had to still deal with racism.
Yep.
After serving their country. I'm like, God damn, America, how many times do you have to see this movie to know that you cannot bring men back from doing what you asked them to do and not be prepared to treat them better?
Yeah.
The same thing in Korea. We've been in enough damn war. This is not our first rodeo.
Yeah.
That just means, so even when I talk to the American citizenry, y'all crying about fucking gas prices. But you're not crying about the blood that's spilled in the lands of foreign countries. But we're crying about the gas prices and all other kinds of stupid shit. Go ahead, Mr. Watkins.
You ever heard of the USS Doris Miller?
Yeah. Dory Miller.
Y'all informed on that one, right?
Oh yeah. That's named after Dory Miller.
Oh, okay.
Miller,
World War II.
Doris Miller
that was Hawaii. The attack on Pearl Harbor.
During Pearl Harbor. Doris Miller was a cook.
Yep.
During Pearl Harbor, they got attacked. He took his butt from the kitchen and got on the gunnery and shot down planes. But Truman and them said we can't make the black man the hero, but we'll send him on the chip circuits.
Yep.
And he'll go inspire black people to get back in the military. And then they sent him right back to the back to the war, and he died 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he saved a whole ship. But in honor of him, now, is it commemoratively? They've named the ship after him, the USS Doris Miller. For his valiantry during the military, during a conflict that we went through, and they treated him like shit. They put him on a fucking tour for a month and said, "Hey, we still need you to go to war," and he got killed 2 weeks later. Why? He did his part.
Yep.
He did his part.
People don't understand how we're not that far removed from these things. We're not that far removed, and it's still going on now. It's still going on now, and people don't even realize it.
Yeah, and and heaven forbid if you were to sit there tomorrow and say, "Okay, we're gonna reinstitute the draft." I bet you their ass will wake up then. If people start getting random numbers, if you got a letter in the mail. And like I said, I got my one son to volunteer. I tell the other one, I'm like, y'all saluting your brother. The hell with that. If they start a draft, your ass is going.
College admission.
Because you know who go first. Poor and colored. People of color and people of low class go first.
Sir, how many black men you think going to community college if they get the draft?
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me. They mama done put me all in school.
They ain't in college now, but why?
Everybody not playing like that.
Right. Yeah.
Like I didn't go in the military to fight for my country. I went in there to fight for my son.
Right, which is what most black people do. If they go because they think it's a better life, or to have a better life and to have benefits for their family.
But we need to understand that's always been what the service was. The service was a lifeline into the middle class. Even most of the white boys that join the service, they come from Alabama, Mississippi, Texas.
A lot of Southern boys.
They're not coming from affluence or money. All the white boys you serve, I'm like, hell, they ain't no smarter than us because they poor. Right. That's just, that's just what it is. So, there's a little bit of patriotism, but mostly it's like, hell, I'm gonna starve to death here, or I might come back from there. So, it's not that you're not patriotic, because here's the thing is, even though when you go in, you're not patriotic, you become very patriotic once you're in there. Not so much about the country, because I tell people, I ain't give a shit about no flag. I ain't give a shit about no country. I cared about my unit and my guys. That's what I was ready to die for.
That's a good point.
They were my world.
It's a camaraderie. It's the camaraderie. It's like being in the NFL locker room.
Yep.
And you're
they're good at that.
But I'm fighting for our country. Like, why are we on the same plane? I get so mad when you ask an entertainer for a question about something impactful in life. Like, he been rich since he was 16. He ain't had these same problems. He been good since he was in high school or college. Let's talk to a real man or a real woman that's in the grit with you. That's doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, everybody want to see this flash and be like, I'm getting a bag. What is a bag? How much is in your bag?
Thank you, man.
Stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why. That's why Shaggy does a lot. Shaggy, the singer Shaggy, he does a lot for veterans and stuff because he served before he became famous. He became famous once he got out of the service. Yeah. But he still gives back right now to the veterans, and I got mad respect for him for that.
Yeah, Earthquake does the same thing.
Earthquake, if I can give a shout out, Earthquake was a veteran. He does the same thing.
Real quick.
Oh, that's dope. I didn't know Earthquake was a veteran.
Yeah, he was in the Air Force.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. Let me shout out Susie Q. Shout out to Susie Q. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Y'all man, it's a great discussion, man, and
it really is.
Really putting it out there for the vets and for us that didn't actually serve, but giving us some good insight. So yeah, man, y'all just keep it going.
I mean, look at what James Brown did. He used to do the same thing. Go over there and entertain through the USO and just go and entertain the veterans over there. And man, it was
Brother White, I just want to ask you a quick question. Where'd you serve? I mean, duty station, just out of curiosity.
I can go and order for you if you want me to, real quick.
I'm just, that's always a thing. Veterans like, where, what base?
I appreciate
I want to hear. Absolutely, I want to hear it.
My first duty station was in Memphis, Tennessee, at a depot.
Okay.
Because back in the day, we had 50-pound bag. I'm sorry, let's go back a little bit. I was a food inspector by trade in the military at 68 Romeo.
Okay.
So I dealt with the food because that's class 1. You gotta get the food to the soldiers. You know what I mean? And I'll never forget when I went to the recruiting station. The guy put the videotape in. You remember VHS tapes? He put the VHS tape in, put play, and he showed me the dude, and he was wearing a white coat with a hard hat on, and he was putting thermometers and shit, and he was just walking through the store. And the recruiter told me, he said, "Hey, if you pick this job," because I came in the Army in 1992, right when the war was getting ready to start. He said, "If you take this job right here, you'll never go to the field." I was like, "That's the one I want." Because I was 19 years old, 150 pounds.
You believed him.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I believed him, right? So my first duty station was DSR, Memphis, Tennessee, on Airways Boulevard. And we had to inspect 50-pound bags of rice, flour, everything. And we were sending stuff out because back in the day, the military bought all the food and then they distributed it out. So they housed it all. So we had to make sure it was good. That was my job. Okay. So then when what was that, Operation Somalia? When we invaded Iraq for that 3 weeks.
Okay. That was the first Gulf War.
Sending out food.
Yeah.
The first Gulf War that lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was Storm and Norman.
Food for like 4. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Storm and Norman. Storm and what's his name?
Norman Schwarzkopf.
What's that man last name? Schwarzkopf.
Yep.
Yeah, he killed the war in 3 weeks.
Yep.
We were sending food out there for like 2 months. So we were on 12-hour shifts. And then I got stationed in Germany. And then 95, that's when Bosnia, in 92 to 95, there was a war in Kosovo.
Yeah, that was the
white
former Yugoslavia broke up, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they became Czech Republic and what base was you at in
I like that.
What base were you at in Germany? What army base?
In Hanau, Germany, outside of Frankfurt.
Okay, my son's over there right now, but he's at Ramstein Air Force Base.
We call that Little America.
Yeah.
You know why we call it Little America?
Because it's a big ass city.
Bojangles and every nigga. Yeah,
love that chicken.
That's where all the planes come in too. I love that chicken for Popeyes, man. We drove up to get that chicken in our Germany. When they opened that joint, everybody went up there.
Okay.
But yeah.
So you was at Hanau. I heard of it, but I ain't never been.
Yeah. So 92 to 95 was the war in Yugoslavia, like you said. In 96, we went in on the peacekeeping mission for like a year.
Okay.
So I was there for a year in the fucking cold. Then I left there and I went to Fort Lee. And then I went to Dubai in 2000.
Okay.
I went to Dubai, UAE in 2000. And are you familiar with the USS Cole bombing?
Yeah. That was during Clinton. Clinton was president then, right? That was where that little boat drove up to the Cole and exploded. I think Clinton was president.
Gore. No. Well, that was in between Gore. That was in 2000. November 11th or November 12th of 2000 was when they bombed the Cole, USS Cole. Clinton was the president, like you said.
Yeah.
But that's when, like a little bit later.
Yeah.
Because you remember when we had the president that was elected from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that was Bush. Because Gore was running against him. So that was Bush that won it. It was like a whole month. We went from November to December before they declared who was the president. Because they was arguing over the votes in Florida. Yeah, that was
in Florida. Yeah.
So that was when the cold, and I knew before then we had the bombing in Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya. That was Clinton. That was when Osama first fucked us.
Right.
Osama bin Laden. He did the Kenyan bombing. Okay.
So look at this. In 2000, I was the only black man in UAE when they bombed the USS Cole. The embassy ain't come get me. They said, "Good luck, nigga," and I sat still. That's exactly what happened. So then you fast forward like 2003, I'm in Iraq. 2006, I'm in Bahrain. 2010, I'm in Honduras. You see what I'm saying? Like 7 years out of my life, I was fighting wars.
Yeah.
With a family. 3 kids and a wife.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So y'all don't think y'all owe me anything? Y'all don't think y'all owe me anything, U.S. government? Because I lost my wife. I lost my wife because I won't never home.
Yep.
I lost a son because I won't never a father to him.
Or home, yep.
So what y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to keep eating it? Okay, I'll wait. You feel me, sir? And it's not hate. It's not disdain. It's not disdain. It's just like this is
pain.
What y'all gave me. So I work with it.
Yeah, it's pain. Yeah. It's pain. It's dealing with the pain. Like, the emotional pain is more than the physical.
All right, bro.
I don't think I asked that because I tell you, like, for me, where'd you go to basic? Where was your basic at?
Kentucky. Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Okay. And then what you went,
sir? Don't play with me.
So where was your school at? Where'd you go to school at?
Sam, I had a bunch of women around me. I'm good.
Yeah, that's the medical school, Fort Sam Houston.
Yes, sir.
That's the medical. That's where all the nurses go to school. Yeah.
All the Air Force too. I was good at AIT. Don't play with me on that one.
Yeah. Well, I got I did basic.
Rico.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You have a lot of information on where the females are stationed, brother. I don't.
We all did, didn't we?
With the Army, with teachers, brother. Because you got a lot of information on where
we all knew where they was.
Brother Clarence, I don't know if you're single or not, but just go to any military installation in Texas, and them girls is fine.
Oh man.
But I promise you. So they got me.
I'm sorry, I might have been on the basis, but yeah.
I went in a little bit earlier than you. I went in 84. I was like from 84 to 90. So I went in, like I said, also, yeah, I dealt with a lot of that. I'll tell you about that too, Sister Enya. There was racism back then. Probably still is. You know how it is. When you're bringing people from different parts of the country, people don't come in with a clean heart. You overcome it, but you do have to deal with it. And sometimes some of them jokers don't. But just to give you my duty stations, I went through basic at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, Fort Lost in the Wood. And then I was quartermaster. So I was 76 Yankee, unit supply sergeant. So I got sent to Fort Lee, Virginia. Yeah, Fort Lee, Virginia. So I was loving that.
You ain't have a good time at Fort Lee?
Huh?
You ain't have a good time at Fort Lee?
Yeah, I actually did. I had a wonderful time at Fort Lee. Because that's quartermaster school. So there was cooks there.
Yes, sir.
The actual cooks, not the food inspector. That was cook school, supply school, quartermaster. So it was just like all of that, mechanics, truck drivers, parachute riggers, all of them went to school there. Then when I finished that, I ended up they sent me to airborne school at Fort Benning, Georgia, and ain't no women there. None. So I was there for 3 weeks. And then when I got out of there.
You know the Dogface Soldier song? Rico, you know the Dogface Soldier song?
Nah, I ain't know. I ain't learned. I ain't stay with no damn infantry. To hell with them.
So go ahead.
I came home and when I first enlisted, I enlisted in the reserves. So when I came home, I was like, okay, I liked it. I want to stay. So I had to wait a couple of months, and then they cut me orders for active duty. And my first active duty unit was at Fort Devens, Mass. with 10th Special Forces Group for 3 years. And after 3 years being in the cold and with them crazy SOBs, I was like, I'll get the hell out of here. I was a supply guy. I didn't know y'all was going to ask me to do all this shit. So I re-enlisted, because like when they was up there, like, we don't care if you supply, we don't care what you is, you got to do. And I've seen when you with those guys, Ain't none of that bullshit. You going to get up, you going to run them 10 miles, you going to do whatever they say do. So I re-enlisted So when I re-enlisted, you know, you get a choice. Do you want the money? Do you want choice of duty station? Do you want this? Do you want that? And I listened to a guy, he had just came back from Korea, and he was telling me all about Korea. So I said, okay, I want to re-enlist, but I'll do it only if you give me duty choice. And then they said, where you want to go? I said, I want to go overseas. I want to go to, you know, Korea, because this guy told me Korea. And I went over there, and Korea was wide open. It was wide open, you know, women, the prostitution,
DMZ.
the drugging, the drinking, and I ended up thinking I was going to be down there in Seoul, because it was first ID, first infantry division. They sent my ass all the way up north by the DMZ. So now you up there by the North Koreans. I'm like, what the? I ain't got nothing but bad luck. I ended up there for the whole year, but it's like you went when they said you wanted Korea. We didn't tell you where we was gonna send your ass in the country, but this is where we sending you. So you made the best of it. And then when I got out of that, I got orders for my last 2 years to go join the 3rd Ranger Battalion. I was like, God damn, you know, because once they gave me that a parachutist identifier, now they kept trying to stick me in airborne units. So I got there and I'm like, damn, I got to go through RIP. So I'm doing all that, but I was still young.
Is that out of Benin?
Benin. They sent me back to Benin. And the only thing that pulled me out of the Ranger Battalion was at the last minute, the airborne school had a bigger need for my MOS. So they was able to snatch me out of there. I didn't know anybody. It was just like, we need you. So they pulled me out, and I spent my last 2 years working at the airborne school, went to jump master school, Pathfinder school. So I was like training cadre during the last couple of years. So I was kind of lucky, but those were the places I was at and what I did.
Follow-up question. How many times did you jump?
Shit, I jumped there over 100, maybe, because I did it for 5 years. So I did it every year except the 1 year in Korea was the only time I wasn't on jump status. But other than that,
I've never jumped out of a plane, sir.
We were doing it all the time. Yeah, but the thing is, I got the extra $110 a month. Yeah, so you know, I wanted that jump pay.
Land the plane. The plane.
Look, here's the funny thing about it. Look, Mr. Walker, here's the crazy part about it. This is my recruiter got me, right? Now, the only person I knew that had been in the military before me was my grandfather. He was in World War II. But he would never talk to me about it. You know, I guess, you know, because of whatever he dealt with. So when I go in to speak to the recruiter, he's like, you want to go airborne. So I'm like, yeah, well, what is that? He's like, oh, yeah, you just fly around in a plane. So I'm literally thinking you flying around, looking out the window, writing shit down. Oh, yeah, I see Bill. Because I didn't know. You know, I'm 18. I'm 17, about to turn 18, just graduated from high school. And that's all he told me. So then they sent me downtown to take the ASVAB. Remember, I don't know if they still call it the ASVAB test. Yeah, that 8-10 hour test so you can see what you can do, qualify what job you can get, and then they send you up to the MEP station to take the physical. So once I did all that, they was like, okay, here's your orders to go here, here, and here. So again, when they say, oh, we got orders to go to airborne school, I literally didn't know what the hell about jump. I didn't know it was about jumping out of planes until I showed up, because nobody told me. And even the guys I knew in basic and AIT, nobody talked about it because it was only a handful of us that was even going. So they didn't care. And I'm like, you got to jump out the fucking plane? And they was like, yeah. So it was just that like, part. Yeah. And then I got up at Devon's. They sent me to air assault school. So you got to rappel out of helicopters, down the side of cliffs and shit. That's what the school is. So it was just like, so ever since I did that, it was just like, the only thing was I was young. So when you're young, you can get an 18, 19-year-old dumbass to do almost anything.
And I was 19, but I think because I had a support one, they never really like pushed me. And like, because my first duty station in Memphis was connected with Fort Campbell, which is the airborne capital of the world. 101st
Division. Yeah. Screaming Eagles.
They're like, oh, everybody got the first ID, gotta get the airborne. No. Yeah. And I always push back. Nah, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean?
Gentlemen, hold on.
I see Brother Clarence came up. I didn't answer for the question, Brother Clarence. I read it for a while.
it's good to have them stories come back to your head because it makes me feel younger a little bit too. You know, talk to somebody that can relate. Go ahead.
Hold on, fellas. The love fest is so good here, brother. Hold on one second. I gotta shout some people out. Shout out to Sister Quantum. Sister Quantum, good to have you in the building. Thank you for showing up and appreciate you today. And everywhere. And I know you got to go cook, Sister Enya. You always on that post, walking in a perfect manner. Appreciate you.
But we're gonna answer a question though. Seriously.
Yeah, I want both of you guys to answer because both of you guys came in at different times. So I want to see if it's a different answer for both of you guys.
Right.
I got a story with mine though.
Okay, I got one with mine too.
So I used to be, as a food inspector, I used to be a personnel. Because you know how they cross-train you and they say, hey, now you got to file paperwork and make sure everybody's good. I worked directly for my first sergeant, which is a middle manager. Let's call that, right? You agree, Rico? I
agree 100%.
Your first sergeant's like a middle manager. And when Barack Obama got elected, like in the military, you got to put all the pictures of the chain of command up. Secretary of Defense, Army, Secretary of the Army, your commander, your first sergeant, everybody. My first sergeant refused to take George Bush picture off the wall.
Really?
Yeah. So I had to go talk to him like, sir, it's first sergeant. You got to take it down.
Which one, Brother Watkins? Which one?
When George Bush came out
of left office and Obama
came in.
Oh,
and Obama placed the picture.
Okay.
He refused to place the picture with George Bush in an expeditious manner.
Okay.
Right. He dragging his ass.
I'm like, yo, you gotta put the new commander up there. He was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that because I don't think he's my president. What?
Yeah.
So we finally got the picture in. He put the picture in his office on his desk.
And it's supposed to be in the hallway where people walk past and see.
There you go, Rico.
That shit's supposed to be public. That shit gotta be public. That's your fucking commander-in-chief. Ain't no exception for that shit.
We got Barack Obama. We got Joe Biden. We got the Secretary of the Army, everybody. Yep. But in my first sergeant's office, he got a portrait of 8x10 or George Bush sitting on his desk. What do you do with that shit?
Come down.
So I had to go in the office and talk to a white man and say, this is racist. You got to take this down. You got to put this in your desk. You got to take this home, but it cannot be on your desk. So when she asked about that, do you deal with racism? All the time.
Yeah.
But nobody says that. I've never heard anybody say the N-word to me in the military in uniform. But they act like it, but you got to be able to know how to finesse it to be like, hey, this is where I'm at. This is what it is. Because you still got to protect your race. At the end of the day, I'm unapologetically Black. I like to see people around me that look like me. I'm sorry if that's wrong. No. That's what I want.
That ain't wrong.
So when I tell my first sergeant, I'm like, you're going to offend soldiers. You're going to offend people. You got to take that down. If you're racist or not, I don't really care. But you're doing something that's going to cause a chasm in our fucking leadership, in our fucking, in our organization. You know what I mean? So with the racism, yeah, I've dealt with people I knew they called me N-word at home, but they wouldn't say it to my face. And at the end of the day, in the military, we still got a mission to complete. So they'll suck it up to get the mission complete. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's not as obvious as in the civilian world because we're still in a bubble and we have like constraints to our craziness.
Yeah.
I believe.
And like I said, I can only speak to up until the time I got out, but I have been called a nigga before by white people when I was in the service. And it wasn't rampant and it wasn't all the time. But it's certain, so and usually it was a soldier of equal rank, so we got the going. We got the going. Like fuck you, nigga, and that was just that. I tell a story.
You ever fought a white boy?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm gonna tell you my story, right, Watkins? So I'm at Lee, right, and we going through AIT, and the sergeant's just like, if you don't clean this motherfucking barracks, because we're working for a Liberty Pass. I'm from DC. Right. I want a 3-day weekend pass.
Tell them what a Liberty
Pass. I want a
3-day
pass so I can take my ass home and get me some tail, right? And I'm like, we working all day, and we was in those old World War II barracks, and we had, the buffers. You buffing the floor, shining the floor and shit, them machines, them janitorial things, and you gotta lay that wax down, and then you gotta buff that motherfucker again, and you make that floor look like glass. I mean, like you have to buff that shit about 8 times.
That's the standard.
Going through, getting all the dirt off the steps in the cracks. You doing all this, right? So we just knew we had been working our ass off. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get me a pad. I'm gonna get me a pad. We just waiting, so that at the end of the day, when he come and do the inspection on Friday around 3:00, and he can release you for the weekend. And that means you can go and we'll see you on Monday or whenever you got to be back. That motherfucker came in, and sometimes they would do shit just to fuck with you. They make you work like hell to make you believe you're going to get something, but they already decided they're not giving you no pass. But they're not going to tell you that Monday. They're going to make you work your ass off, believing you can earn something that they already decided you ain't getting. So this drill sergeant, he knew he would. I didn't know. All I was thinking about me going home, getting some tail, taking that bus ride. And he came in there and just out of the blue, because they can nitpick you to death, and just started going, this motherfucker ain't cleaning. And he's just, and after you did all the cleaning, he kicking over trash can, snatching shit off the, you know how like the prison guards do that when they do an inspection. That's how they'll do in the military. They'll open your foot lockers and throw shit all out on the floor to make you clean that shit up, right? Ain't nothing you can do. So he did that and left and walked away, and we all dejected. We all sitting around looking all sad. I'm crushed. And we had this thing where we buffed the floor so much. When you come to walk in the barracks, you knew you got to take your boots off and leave them outside or carry them in your hand and walk on the floor in your socks. Because it's like, motherfucker, you can't fuck this floor up. Because the barracks got like 50 people. This is the benefit for everybody. Everybody know, take your boots off and walk in the barracks. And this white guy, I think he's from West Virginia, named Horn, Horne. And we used to call him Horny, right? He decided, all of a sudden, I'm sitting there ready to cry, mad, just told me I can't have my pass. And I just see him walk past me with his boots on. And he just walked on the floor like, fuck it. He didn't care. And it just triggered me because that was so drilled in my head. And I jumped, I'm like, Horn, what the fuck is you doing, mother? Because I'm thinking like, the drill sergeant already said we can't have a pass, but I'm thinking like he did something because I wanted to go see this girl so bad. I jumped up. He turned around. Fuck you, nigga. Right? And I'm already triggered. I'm triggered. I can't get my pass. I see him, and I jumped on his ass. I jumped on him because see, I came from DC, so I had this belief in my head. Ain't no motherfucking white boy gonna ever whoop me. Fuck this shit.
Ever.
I'm fighting for my life. That motherfucker, he got up on me. I was like, damn this motherfucker. I'm just a thorn. I'm hitting him up inside the head, everything. He just steadily going. He threw me in a 1 foot locker into the other. We just going at it. I'm like, God damn this motherfucker. And I learned then, oh no, some of these motherfuckers can fight. Fuck this shit. But we ended up becoming best friends after a while. But that was like one of the first times. I had a couple of other incidents, but that story stuck with me because it woke my ass up to like, oh no, there's some white boys out here that can fight, got fucking hands. Fuck that shit.
Oh, yeah.
And then two, I triggered the fight because I was upset about something else and just a cascade of events. So that's the one funny story I always tell my son about. My son said, "Yeah," I said, "Yeah, some motherfuckers, some of them got hands." Go ahead.
Let me do a shout out real quick. Let me do some shout outs. Brother D is in the house. Brother D, good to see you in the building. Brother Rorschach has a question for me and you, Rico. And One Community is always stepped in the building. Good to have you in the community. I mean, in the building, Brother One. All right, so let me see real quick. Rorschach has a question for me and you, Rico. So let's see if we can get it up here. what's going on here?
He's gonna have to have an explanation for his
Yeah,
question.
'cause I don't know what this is. What do you call that? What do you call that?
Yakitori or sashimi?
Anime? Is this some anime stuff?
Brother
Rorschach, if you could explain that would be good.
You're gonna have to help me with that.
My live stream is freezing up on me over here, so I can't put it up as well. Let me see if I can.
I readily admit I have no idea what that is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, brother. I don't know either. I don't know what that is.
But yeah,
maybe
it's food. It's food.
Oh, okay.
I definitely don't know what it is, but
okay.
I'll have to look it up. Nah. But I wanted to say, Sister Enya, Sister Enya, let me just say this to you. It's like, I hope me and Brother Watkins' experience and story is can help you with knowing that there are, and I'm sure there are instances of racism that still exist in the military, but it's nothing that you can't overcome or on a small. And obviously, if you report it, they take it seriously. But, like you said, the military is more of a camaraderie. You kind of deal with it at the lower level before they would have to keep calling you that every day before you want to sit there and report it. And then something would get done by it. But, I mean, don't think somebody might not call you the N-word, call you a nigga. And it's just like, okay, first thing I did was what I always know to do, throw them hands. But make sure you can beat them. Make sure you can beat them. Go ahead.
If I just articulate a little bit more on that part, it's like you gotta understand the military is a bunch of people that just came together trying to make money. Exactly. And they came from different experiences. So a lot of times people that, like the first time I saw a Puerto Rican person was in basic training. And I said, stop, and they were speaking Spanish, and I said, stop speaking Puerto Rican. And they were offended. But that's all I knew.
Right.
You know what I mean?
18, 19, right?
Spanish. Yeah, I was 19 years old. That was my ignorance.
Yep, I was going to say, part of it is you being young and ignorant as well.
Right. And we're all living together, and we're all trying to figure it out. And like you said, the key point is, at the end of the day, we have to have camaraderie. Yep. If we're not harmonious in our unit,
thank you, one community.
If it don't just go the same way, your mission's not going to be met. If you have a schism in your leadership, everybody knows it's not going to work. Mm-hmm. So you got to fix it. Your weakest link is your strongest link. So you got to make sure your weakest link is up to par. And that's what we always think in the military. I got to fix this guy. I got to fix this girl. We got to make them assimilate to the way that the mission works. So we don't really think on racism and sexism and all these other isms and ists in the world. We just got to get the mission done. And that's where I think, I ain't gonna go that far. But yeah, in the military, we ain't got time for that.
And usually I would say, I know when we was in, everybody caught so much hell from the first sergeant. If you were lower enlisted, you spent all day trying to avoid fucking top. Because if this motherfucker see me, he gonna put me on some kind of duty. I mean, you literally was running around like a child, right. Black, white, or green. If you were like E1 through E4, you was on every shit detail they could come up with. So you just always, you try to do your PT, get your ass to work. And when you had that late formation, I'm trying to stand in the back, be as small as possible, as skinny as possible. So this motherfucker don't see me and put me on CQ duty or out there cleaning the parade grounds. Because every weekend, there's a duty. So you got to like clean the barracks, clean the CO's quarters. Okay, the CO's office need to be clean. And if you got picked, you're a fucking janitor for that weekend. And you want to go out and hang out and party and drink. So you spend so much time trying to avoid that the instances of racism, while they do exist, they'll be like maybe something off the cuff, like that situation with that story. Before that, horny, because we were always so busy being fucked with by the instructors. This is AIT, so they like drill sergeant. They're constantly, you running from place to place. You either running or marching or running or marching or running or marching. And they giving you this do and they giving you that do and they yelling at you so much. It be like you spend a lot of time trying to avoid being picked on by the people in charge, and they pick on you by your rank. The lower your rank, you are nothing. You are nothing. So the best thing when I tell anybody, if you join the military, make rank as quickly as possible. Because the further you go up, it still don't mean you won't take no shit, but you can pass some of that shit on to people underneath you. But when you at the bottom, you ain't got nobody to pass it on to.
But Rico, Rico, you're familiar with the word. You're familiar with the word meritocracy.
Yeah.
You don't think the military is a meritocracy?
Yeah, man, I'm having technical difficulties over here, man.
It is to a point. Yes, it is. It is to a point, but there is also a bit of cronyism in there too. Because I've seen guys get favor.
Of course.
Yeah, you guys who get. I'll say this, for example, certain schooling, like if you want to make from rank from E4 to E5, I seen guys. So you have to send you to. Back then they called it. I think they call it something else now, like B-Not. But back then we used to call it PODC. So I was trying to get promoted from E4 to E5. And I mean, I was just seeing, guys that come in after me. I'm like, okay, I made my E4 before him. He made his after me, but they sending him to school so he can make E5, and they still ain't gave me a slot. Different little shits like that. So it's like, it's not even like, it should be by seniority. Because then the company commander decide who get to go to school and who don't.
That's true.
And if I ain't kissing the CEO's ass, he ain't gonna pick me. But you get a guy that's a company clerk, he kissed the captain's ass, the captain gonna put him in. So
I agree.
It's always a little bit of everything.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. That's where the cronyism comes in.
Yes.
But let's just say clearly for everybody else is
it's a meritocracy on how hard you bust your ass.
Everything that you got to do. Yeah, and then that's where the meritocracy come in. Like if you do well on your PT test, if you shoot this many, if you get this many courses done, and that's for me as a young person. I'll say this for everybody. For me as a young person, if you give me a task list, it's more readily for me to get it done because I know what I need to do. In the civilian world, there's so much.
That's all bullshit there.
Nuance.
It's all who you know.
Nuance. Yeah, but in the military, I really felt like it was a meritocracy, the purest form of meritocracy that we could have.
Yes, I agree with that. And I think, especially like I said, if I say the E1 through the E4 rank, it's almost universally a meritocracy. And what happens is.
E1,
and the only reason why I say it is because the higher you go up in rank, the fewer slots they get. So so the slots get lower. E1, everybody can be a private E1. Everybody can be a 2. Everybody can be a 3. Everybody can be a 4. When they start getting 5 and 6, wait a minute, everybody can't. So now, most of y'all can be E5. Going to E6, a lot more y'all can be E6. E7, you might see it, you may not. It's just hard. It gets harder the more you go up the pyramid. And then you're competing against, I'll be honest, I'm still not going to say it's not a meritocracy. It probably is. But now you having to compete with the best of the best. And I don't give a fuck how good you are.
Right.
That's hard. Because them motherfuckers is good too. Right. You be like, I aced everything. I'm like, so did they. And they speak 4 other languages. It's like where it was easier down there, it gets harder the more you go up. And that's where, but you do sometimes you see a shit bag, like, how this motherfucker make E7? I know this shit bag.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on, fellas. I got to do some shout out. I got a shout out to Intellectual Soapbox, Mr. B. Good to see you in the building, brother. Shout out to everybody over at Knowledge and Relationships. Good to see you over in the building, brother. We don't have to ask you if you want to come up, brother. Just come on up. I put the link out there. Brother Rorschach said everything is racial. It's just a matter of degree. And all right, so let's get back to vet talk. Let's go. And back to
did I change the whole? Did I change the subject, sir?
We didn't have no subject. You are the subject.
Okay, no, we can change the subject.
You are the subject.
Bad because OG.
Mr.
I feel bad because OG Patrice left. And it's all
No,
the
man.
dudes
Don't
talking.
trip on her,
Did I
man.
offend her?
She does so many. No, man. She does so many different things, man. She'll come on here.
Yeah.
She'll hang out for a few minutes, and then she got to run do something else, man. No, even trip.
Okay.
All right, man. So
And we're hoping
Hey,
other
sir.
people tap in on
Hey,
the
brother.
conversation. And we can talk about anything, but definitely we wanted to talk about
I got something
the military experience because that.
Rico,
But
I got something I want to get y'all opinion on. So let me pull it up, man. I'm just having some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
I don't know if something's happening with the StreamYard, man. Maybe they're what do they call it? Flagging me like they flagged Tommy. Let's see. Let's see. I got something I want to ask both of you brothers about. I want to ask both of you brothers about this here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Here we go. Okay, there we go. We got it. All right. This is Kim Kardashian, and we're going to find out what exactly Pete Davidson did something recently. Has something to do with her. So let's find out what's going on. And of course the video's not playing, right?
Look like he got her name tattooed.
Yeah, he got her name tattooed on him.
But why is that a big deal? He got everybody name tattooed on him.
Made her relationship with Pete Davidson Instagram official last week. It looks like Pete made it even more official with ink.
Oh my God.
On Sunday, eagle-eyed fans noticed a tattoo on the Saturday Night Live star's chest spelling out Kim. Yeah, there's no denying it. K-I-M, people. Now, the 28-year-old comedian hasn't confirmed if the tat is real, but either.
Okay, y'all. What do y'all is there any instance that either one of you brothers would tattoo a woman's name on you that you weren't married to?
You got it? Okay, Mr. Watkins, a yes, I'm a no. To include my mama.
I wouldn't even consider it unless I had like 10 or 15, 20 years married to her.
Well,
maybe
my mama had 58 years of my life, and I ain't putting her on me.
Hey, I'm gonna do the walk of shame. I'm gonna do the walk of shame. My ex-wife's name is tattooed on my body.
Your wife? Your ex-wife?
My ex-wife's name is tattooed on my body right now.
Okay.
So I can't even criticize that, man.
Let's talk about it, brother. Let's talk about it. What made you decide to do something like that, Mr. Watkins?
You want the true answer or you want me to tell you the nice answer?
No, man, we want the true answer.
I'm gonna tell you the real answer. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
Just fucking with you. I was in the street.
How old were you? How old were you when you got it done?
I was 30.
I think age plays a lot in our decision making.
I was 30 years old when I got the tattoo. I was 30.
Okay, so you old enough to know better. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I was a lot younger than that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I had been in some relationships that were not my marriage relationships. So I thought if I could do this right here, this was my get back with her. And no. So I had her body.
Right.
So
I got that in 2000. So we're 2022. So I've been carrying this with me I got the scarlet letter on me for 22 years.
But I get it. You know, when you get that pressure, like, nah, baby, I put your name on me. This is yours. This is yours.
Hey.
Yeah, I've known a few guys that did that. And I've seen cases where a woman tell them, you got to get my name tattooed on you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you how worse it is, how bad it is. I got her full name on me. She got my initials on her, but my son got the same initials as me. So she could play the game any way she want to.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They're my babies. They're my kids.
I got played all the way out. I'm going to admit it.
What's her name? What's her name if you don't mind me asking? Or what's the name?
We're going to leave that alone.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, let's just say it's better, right? So do you have a
It's not
story
common.
that you?
It's not
I mean,
common.
have you
Wait,
created
wait.
a story
I
to
have
go
a
with your
story.
name if you're asked about it?
I have
Because
a
you got to
story.
come up with a story
what's
now.
funny? You know what's funny, Rico?
Mhm.
No woman cares.
Really?
No woman cares. It's on my
Okay.
chest, and I've had a few women lay on my chest under that name. You feel what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So, like, and that's the way I think about a lot of things too. Like, if we'll shift the conversation. If I'm dealing with a woman, I don't care about your past. I want to know about your future. I want to know about your
Okay,
present.
I got a story for you, Mr.
Well,
Wacko.
As we
I
get
got
to know
a
each
story.
other.
I got a
Let me
story.
ask him one question for your story, Clint, because I don't want to
Okay.
lose this, okay?
Okay.
And I know you say they don't care, but you haven't got married again, right?
I'll never get married again. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then that might be the answer because
That's
I
a
get
whole
ready to
nother
say,
question.
if
That's
you
a
get
whole-
a new wife, she gonna be like, you know.
Well, that's part.
I know
That's
that.
leading
I
into
said
my
the
story,
precedence, right,
Rico.
Rico? I know what
That's
you're saying.
leading into
So
my
Yeah, you
story.
answered the
Rico, here go
question.
the answer. Here go the
That's
answer.
leading into my
If I
story.
get married again, she on the other side of my chest.
That's. I got you, sir.
I said
I
the
got
president,
you.
so I gotta give her the respect too, right?
Yep.
Right.
I gotta give her the
That's
respect.
exactly. Exactly.
All right. I got a story for y'all. So I was working at the I was working for the county of LA, and so what we were doing was we were working for the sheriff department. We were putting what are those things on those ankle bracelets for home monitoring. People when they get arrested and house arrest. We were doing that. We were working the house arrest program, and I worked in the dispatch center, and so now what they have now, when they have an ankle monitor now, they got GPS and they know exactly where the person is now. But back then, all they could do is tell when the person was away from the transmitter, right? So this is back in the early '90s when you know the ankle bracelet and the transmitter was connected. The transmitter was connected to the phone, the phone line, and so as long as you was in range, it kept the connection there. But once you broke that connection, then the thing would automatically dial us up at the dispatch center and say, "Hey, this person is out of range." Now they got GPS. Now they can tell exactly where you are within 3 feet and all that. But back then, that's what the technology was. So anyway, I was working with this program. I was working with the county, and so we had a sister that was working with us back then, right? She's now an LAPD detective. She probably might be retired now. Shout out to that sister. But anyway, at this time, we were all youngsters, man, probably 20, 21, maybe max. So she said she was in love with this gangster, man, this gangster dude. And so she went and got an apartment, moved out of her mom's house, got an apartment so that he could move in with her. Right? I mean, the quintessential Pookie, man. And so anyway, he didn't have no job or nothing, man. He stayed out all night, came in about 6 a.m. every day, right? No money, no nothing. I mean, at least you hustling some dope or something, right? You at least got some money in your pocket, right? Nothing, dude. He just hung out, right? So anyway, and he would send her to work with black eyes and everything. We'd be like, "Why you come?" Yeah, man.
Oh,
yeah. So one day, man, she comes in and she says, I'm gonna say his name is Davy. I got Davy's name tattooed on my right breast, and all of us she been crying to us and telling us a story because the monitoring the monitoring table was, it was a bunch of computers around this round table, and so we all sat around each other, so we would hear each other's stories all the time. So she was always telling us stories and coming in with either arm in a sling or black eye or whatever, right? And so we was like, "You got this dude's name tattooed on you?" She said, "Yeah." So she proceeds to show us all this guy's name tattooed on her right breast, right? And so, everybody was like, we just like, what can you say, man? When somebody got that kind of devotion, what can you say, right? And so, about a week later, because he was into the gangbanging, he got killed, man. He got killed. He got killed in her place. As a matter of fact, somebody followed him home. She happened to be, I think, doing something out with her mother or something. Good thing she happened to not be there, but they followed him home and took him out in her house, right? Police, that's where the police found him, right? So anyway, so I was like, well, what are you gonna do now? You know what I mean? Because the new dude is probably not gonna want to see Larry or Davey or Ronald or whatever, right? He ain't gonna want to see that on the, on the. So she said, I don't know. I guess they're just gonna have to get over it. I was like, okay.
Yeah, because you always wonder about that. And I, but people nowadays they do the whole cover up. You can make it a flower.
Yeah, you can do that now. Yeah.
So you can do a lot of things that tattoo.
You can even remove it.
Yeah, I know. It's come so far from where it was. I be honest with you. You know why? The only thing that probably has saved my dumb ass from having that tattoo of ex-wives and kids and everything on me and my mama. What? I don't like needles. I'm scared of needles. I just don't like needles. And I'm like, when they tell me like, you do it how? And they won't let you drink before you get a tattoo. Because I'm like, I'm not doing this shit sober.
Right.
Under no circumstance. Now, maybe if I get drunk in a Mexican bar somewhere, I'll wake up with a tattoo. But if I gotta be sober with you sticking me thousands of times,
yeah, I got one.
I ain't putting my mama on me. It's just not gonna happen.
One of my sons just went bananas, man. He just
But I don't understand. This is what I don't understand, Clarence. The cat's out. I'm like, okay, I can get tattoos on the East Coast, South, North. They all got tattoos. Your crazy ass is on the West Coast with this face tattooing shit.
I don't
get that. That is just like, I'm like, you see some of these cats, I'm like, how the fuck anybody know who you are?
Well,
because it's so covered. It's insanity. And I'm like, and then you want to commit a crime and wonder how they catch me. Look at
right.
you.
Look
at you. It's crazy.
Or you're a prisoner in your own hood. You can't go nowhere. Like they have Crip Killer or Blood Killer or whatever, And
that's crazy. Right. You're a prisoner in your own hood. I didn't even think about that. So many things they do. I'm like, why would you want to disadvantage yourself that way? And it's like, okay, so not only do you not have a job, you never want to have a job. You just never, because I even tell, girls, like, you do all that shit on your neck and all on your face. Okay, so the only place you working is either a bar, a liquor store, or a strip club. Because ain't nobody's office. You ain't sitting up in nobody's office with that shit on your face.
No.
You just not.
No.
Be an Uber driver for life. I don't know. I don't even want you delivering my food. With all it's like I don't have anything against tattoos. It's just thank you, Mr. Watkins. Hey, look, anytime, brother. If you got some time Thursday, tap in with us. I'd love for you to join. We're gonna do another good conversation. And if you have the time and availability, it's gonna be some military topics and some other topics. And we definitely want your voice, sir.
And we need more people to check Rico. We need more people to check Rico.
Yeah, I definitely need you, brother.
It can't just be me, man. You got to come on.
You right on time. And you got the background and experience to do it, and I'm looking forward to it. But if you can, I don't want to take you away from nothing, but it'll be a good conversation. Hopefully, Sister Patrice will join us too. But the thing I was saying was, it's just, that whole concept. Again, like I said, all my kids, all of them, every last one of them got tattooed. But see, that wasn't a big thing when I was, when you and I was coming up. It was only a handful of type of people that was getting tattoos.
But brother, nobody did nothing above the neck and all of that. I
didn't even see people back then with the whole sleeves on their arm, all on their legs. Even back then, the hardcore bikers, they ain't nothing on their face, nothing but maybe here on their arm and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. Mom or something, or
anchor, something like that.
Right.
the shit they doing now is just like, I mean, you got them now, and okay, and okay, and this Mr. Rorschach. Let's talk about it ain't just a black man. Look, black men are late to the game on getting tattoos.
Well, let me read it, Rico. Let me read it. Yeah. Rorschach says, it generally saddens me seeing a black man with a tattoo, hair twist, etc. Life is hard AF. Yeah. Just being a black man without any of these grimy BS. Yeah.
And I agree with you, Rorschach. I agree with you. And I'll tell you this. Rorschach, the one thing, like my 5 sons, and even my daughters, the only thing I always tell them, if you're going to get a tattoo, make sure you always place it on yourself somewhere it can be covered up. So like you said, you know, collarbone and below, get your chest, get your back. You can cover that shit up with a shirt. Don't do your lower. I got mad because my ex-wife allowed my one son to get it on his lower arm. And I used to always tell him, don't get it on this part of the arm. Just get it up here, because even when you have a short sleeve shirt, it can be covered up. But he got down here and on the inside of his arm, and she did it at 16, so she had to go sign for it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And she let him get some dice and weed. Yeah. Man, I was so fucking mad at her. My other son, he got Zodiac sign, but he got it on his back. And I'm like, Angie, even if you was gonna let him get a tattoo, why the fuck would you let him put it there? So now the fool got to wear long sleeve shirts to go to work in the summer. Man. Cause don't nobody want to see that. You know, I was like, why can't you think for a fucking second? And I was against when my boys live with me, you ain't getting no earrings, you're not braiding your hair. Right. You ain't getting no tattoos. Because my one son was like, Dad, I want to get my hair braided. I said, ain't no boy coming in. I said, anything come in my house with earrings and braided hair, I'm fucking. Okay? That's a girl to me. That's a girl to me. And they hated me. And that was I just basically told them, that's my position on it. And I'm not budging. You're going to keep a nice high and tight. Yeah. And you ain't getting no earrings. Yeah. And you ain't getting no tattoos. When your ass get grown, you can do whatever you want. And they did.
Yeah, that's what my oldest boy did, man.
It's gonna be out my house.
My oldest boy, the second he got out, man, that's when he got lit up.
But that was just all. And you know, and it was like, oh, I don't want my hair cut. I didn't ask you. Get your ass in the car. We're going to the barber shop. My mother said I didn't have to get it cut. You see your mother around? Get your ass in the car. Hey, look, we go in the bar. Look, Clarence, that's when they get in the chair. The barber tap on the shoulder. What do you want? Oh, just a little bit on the side and a little bit off here. Then he look at me. Take that shit down. They be going thinking like, sir, can you take a little bit off here and a little bit off here? Number 2. And I told him, look. I laughed, right? I said, you gonna let him do it, or I'm gonna take your ass home and do it. And if I take you home and do it, they gonna be calling you Patches. Yeah, Because I had 5 boys. You remember? You know, it was when they was younger. I used to cut their hair.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you remember? Like, shut up.
Same thing.
Shut up.
Do the same thing.
Yeah, like shit. They ain't got no money for no damn, but I can barely get mine. Look, I'm out there to let your mama cut me.
You gotta listen.
Save me money.
You gotta listen. Hey man, I remember one time I had my father had bought me some brand new Chuck Taylors, man. Mm-hmm. Brand new. He said, "Hey, these are for school, right?" He said, "Don't wear them outside to play in. These are for school." But it was some honeys on the street that I liked, man. So I was out there running around and those. So I had wore them to the point where I wore some holes in them, right? Because you know the Chucks.
Wait,
man,
keep talking. I'll be back in 1 second.
All right. Keep talking. So Chucks has a thin. Chuck Taylors have thin. What do you call that? That rubber at the back, right? So anyway, the Chuck Taylors had that thin rubber on the bottom. So I was outside playing baseball, running around on the street, playing games and all of that, right? Okay, so that rubber had wore down to it was like thin, and finally it was a little hole there. It was some holes there. And so I went to my pops and said, hey, because I was wearing them to school too. I was doing everything in them. And so I went to my pops and said, hey, I got holes in these shoes. He said, I know. I said, well, I need to go get some new ones. He said, I'm not going to go get you some new ones. I told you not to wear them shoes out. I had to wear them shoes for like a whole nother month. I had to go get, I wore holes in all my socks. I had to have whole new socks. But he taught me that lesson, man. Hey, if I tell you not to do that, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? So I learned the hard way on that one because, man, I was like, dang, you know what I mean? I was going to school, holes in my shoes, not because I couldn't not have holes in shoes, but he was showing me like, hey, I told you not to do that. You're going to pay the price for it. You know what I mean? But anyway, y'all, what y'all think? What y'all think about Pete Davidson putting Kim Kardashian's name on her? Now, me personally, I'm not a tattoo person. I got a son that is a tattoo person, but I am not a tattoo person. I would not arbitrarily, and I love my wife. I've been with her for eons, and I would never even consider putting her name on me. Not because I would only do it if it was something that would save her life. If it would, other than that, it would never happen. I wouldn't even put my own name and my own mother's name. Rest in peace. I would never put her name on me. I'm just not a tattoo guy. So, but I mean, I understand some people are, and that's just the way they roll. But I think that when you get somebody who you just dating's name on your, tattooed on you, I think it's a cry for help or to try to hold on to the person. Because if you really think you in with the person, why would you even have to do something like that? In my opinion. But I'm a thinker. I consider a lot of different things. But why would you even have to do something like that? I mean, unless you felt threatened and you felt like you had to do something to show this other person that how committed you are to the relationship. Why would you do something like that? I mean, regularly, you shouldn't have to do anything like that. Just your behavior should demonstrate that you committed to the relationship, right? However, not always the case. But since I got time, I'm going to answer some questions here. I got some questions that I was asked, so I'm going to answer a question. So, Sister Annie, if you're still in the building, I'm going to answer your question that you sent me in the email. I mean, you sent me in a comment. You said, hey, Brother Clarence, when you mentioned a person, a Christian, did they affirm that self-identification? Yes. The people that I'm talking about in particular have that's what they lead with. I'm a Christian. Whenever they have an issue, they're quick to bring up that they have that they're Christian, right? Okay, yeah, they're quick to bring up the fact that they're Christian, right?
Who you talking about? You don't mind me catching me up?
Oh, your favorite uncle, right. Your favorite boss lady, you know what I mean? So
all these play Christians.
Yeah, the super friends, man, the super friend circle.
But I mean, that shouldn't come as a surprise because you see that in even outside YouTube. Because I told you, like I said, at least in YouTube, like I said, the real Christians, they are not in this part of Black YouTube.
I mean,
they're not.
I don't think they would hang out here.
Right. So if you posted up over here with a show and you're talking on this part of Black YouTube, you secular. And then, like you said, in the same breath, when they get their little panties in a twist, they swear as bad as I do. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm like, no, real Christian, I don't care how mad you make them, they're not gonna swear like me. Not like me. So when you swear like me, I'm like, oh, you just exposed yourself. You just, that's all it is.
Heathen, Rico, heathen.
And all of them do, though. But a real Christian, you're not going to move them, as they say, off their square. Nothing I can say.
I'm answering the sister's question, Rico, and maybe you can answer it too if you think you got something. So anyway, she said, well, when you mention a person is a Christian, that they affirm that we're talking about, well, we know the brother that came over here and lied and lied and lied and lied and lied. He used to say he's a Christian. I don't hear him saying it anymore.
He never
I don't think
was. But
he
go
has
ahead.
to do that anymore. But we probably got him out of doing that. The next question is one more question. Even as a Christian, would you agree that one would need to discern when and who to help? So I was talking about. I did a video today this morning about the Good Samaritan,
Right.
basically talking about the young man that we were trying to mentor, help,
Like I
guide.
said, real Christians are supposed to help anybody in need.
They're supposed to at least try, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. At least try.
You know,
I mean, like, you don't mean you're gonna be successful, but
right?
yeah, you make an
supposed
effort.
to just turn your back. So
Yeah.
I was talking about the story of the Good Samaritan, where there was a man who got robbed, and he was left on the side of the road for dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the priest saw him, was on the same side of the street, walking down the same side of the street, saw him in that condition, and instead of helping him, he crossed the street before he even got to him and walked on by. So I was making that comparison between the Christians that we got. So she was saying, would you discern who to help? Yes, Sister Annie, you have to discern who to help, but at the same time, you should at least try to help. If you see somebody in need, see, the people that's going to need help ain't going to be just the people that's nice or the people that you want to help or the people that, you agree with. Sometimes people that need help don't know they need help, and you might have to extend your hand out, but don't extend it out too much or it's get cut off, but at least extend it out so that, you can at least try to help them. And if you can, you can. If they don't take your help, then, just walk away from them, leave them alone. But at least.
And I think the discernment, first of all, when people, and I think it's a good question, but what is discernment if you don't have a genuine concern? So, people, and this is what I see people do in life in general, right? They'll look to help people that they feel like they can get a benefit out of, even if it's just admiration or even if it's credit, So I'm like, they're not really concerned, because if you have a serving and giving and humbling heart, you see things. It starts with your heart. Okay. It starts with you see someone or something and you feel sorry, and you don't have to pity them, but you be like, hey, I'm sorry to hear this. Let me see how I can help. So it's not necessary. I would say, don't help me based out of discernment. Help me based out of genuine, true concern. If you don't have that genuine, true concern, you're not really helping me. People like, yeah, we won't do this, but I'm like, but you really don't care. And people in those spaces, they'll help for a short period of time. Oh, I sent $25 over there to save the children. No, you need to follow up. I help people. I gave them a meal. Yeah, they ate Monday. It's Thursday now. They still, you know what I'm saying? Like, what about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? It's a genuine concern is going to make you become more involved in the condition of these people. And sometimes it's worse to help. Sometimes it's worse. It's kind of hard, to say, well, you don't want me to do nothing. And I was like, nah, I don't want to say that, because people was like, you can't tell people up to what level of help to give.
Yeah. And
anything that people give, you have to take it in, like I say, in the spirit that they give it in, even if it is temporary, because it's better than nothing, So it's like, do I take $20 from Clarence, or do I take nothing from Robert Watkins? Well, I'm gonna take the $20 because that's all he giving me, because it's better than the nothing I got from Mr. Watkins. Just using that as an example. Now I could complain and say, oh, that $20 ain't nothing. In the grand scheme of things, it isn't. But it's $20 more than what anybody else is giving you. So, so that's why it's kind of hard. You don't want people to get comfortable with doing little, but you don't want people who they're doing for to come off as ungrateful.
But I think, Rico, I think her issue was because I think she knows who I was talking about. She was saying that maybe you should discern whether this person is worthy of you extending that hand out to them. And I'm saying that should not be the issue, whether they're worthy of doing it. The issue is the only thing that should be issue is your safety. If it's going to be unsafe for you to help them, then I'm not saying you should be like, oh, well, I'm going to put my life at risk to help somebody else. No,
absolutely.
No. Well, all I'm saying is, if you can extend a word to them, if you can just extend a word to them, that might be the thing that change everything, right? And so you should at least try to extend some help to them. If you can't, then don't call yourself I mean, if you don't feel that way, why call yourself a Christian? Because that's what you're supposed to be doing according to the book. So I think her discernment, when she was talking about discernment, she was like, oh, is this person worthy of you? Based on what they've done, right?
Because who are we to decide who's worthy or not?
I mean, really, right? If you look at the disciples, the top disciples, Peter and Paul, were they worthy? Right. I mean, those dudes was a piece of works, right?
Yeah. You can't discern that.
Hold on, Rico. Shout out to Brother Koshkar. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Glad to have you. All right.
And the bigger thing than that is too, in addition to that, it's I think you should look, because everybody's not ready to receive help.
Right.
So it's not even like, you shouldn't help them. They're worthy of help, but they just may not be in the right frame of mind or the right space to receive the help. So I say, you have to pause and assess that. Because if they're not ready to receive the help, then you're effectively not doing anything, and you can't be doing it for you if it's not helping them. So it's a lot of ways of looking at it, things that should be looked into. But I don't speak a lot on Christianity or religion, period, because that's not my wheelhouse. It's not my cup of tea. I can tell you a lot of people who say they are Christians, in my assessment, they're not very Christ-like at all. When I see them, because I'm like, I would never call myself a Christian, but I see them display the same behavior, quick to anger and everything, the same as I do. You know what I'm saying? So if you're distributing the same behaviors that I'm if you are showing the same behaviors that I'm showing, and I'm telling you, I know what I'm not, then I'm gonna have to say you're not that as well.
Okay, but Rico, here's the thing I want everybody to realize. I want everybody to realize that if you're gonna help somebody, the only thing you should really be considering is just personal safety. If you either you're gonna help them or you're not gonna help them. Yeah. And so we saying if you're not gonna help them, you just gonna say, well, you ain't in the clique, so I'm not gonna help you. Then to me that ain't Christian like. Yeah. I know some good Christians. I know some good people that follow.
I don't know too many.
I don't know a whole lot, but I do know some.
There's a small number. There's a small number.
I know
the vast majority of them have ulterior motives.
Well, you know what, Rico? It just depends on how they was trained. See, fortunately, Christianity, man, it's been so
distorted, perverted.
Well, yeah, and a person who has a decent knowledge of just different verses and scriptures can ultimately wield that understanding into, for example, they can create a cult. Like Jim Jones, man, if they can run into enough people that believe in them, that person, then they can so you can cultivate whatever you want to cultivate. Like say, like Jim Jones started out evangelistic Christian, right? Next thing you know, no evangelism. Next thing you know, no Christianity. Next thing you know, it's just the Jim Jones philosophy, right? I mean, but it started off in degrees. It started off, until the point he got to the point where he told everybody, bring all your Bibles here. And they lit them all on fire, right? You know what I mean? But it starts with the Bible. But I'm saying it depends on how the person lay it out. Like there's over 300 denominations of Christianity, right?
No, I didn't know.
It depends on how those people lay that case out, right? It depends on the people you got the Mormons, they lay their case out this way, and then you got the regular Christians, they lay their case out this way, and then you got the was it the Amish? They lay their case out that way. I mean, it just depends on who's the one laying the case out. The point
But don't
is,
nobody see nothing wrong with 300 different denominations of the same thing. I didn't know that. I'm just sitting there saying this. Like,
yeah, well, I mean,
you
no,
just gave me one more question.
no,
I told
you know
you I
what
had
I mean?
questions about religion anyway, and it's just like,
you know what? You have to look for your see with
I
religion,
don't.
man. You have to. It takes so long to. You have to develop an understanding, like she talked about discernment. You have to develop such an understanding, but you have to see what you got to do is develop it on your own. You have to read and study on your own. And most of these people, what they do, Rico, is they don't want to take the time to read and understand on their own. So they put that responsibility on this person at the pulpit. Now that person got the responsibility of telling me what's in this book that I got sitting on my desk, right, in my house, but I put the responsibility on them. So now I have to follow them, right, because they leave breadcrumbs, so they can breadcrumbs. So I have to follow them. And so that's where most people get caught up. They don't study on their own. Because if you study on your own, then when the preacher or the pastor go, or the imam or whoever, they go left, you know they were going left because you know that word already. You know how that's supposed to go. But see, most of the people, they put the responsibility on the pastor. I'm gonna let the pastor tell me, and I'm only gonna read what he told me to read, and I'm only gonna listen to it the way he understand it, and this way, and so that's where they go wrong. That's how they get caught up. That's how come you can have so many different denominations of Christianity. You got so many different sects of Islam, so many different sects of Judaism, because everybody can go, anybody could teach from wherever they want to, and if they can get followers, off to the races, brother. Off to the races. Hold on, Rico. Let me read Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus says, shout out to Brother Marcus. You missed vet talk, Brother Marcus. Most Christians just want to help. Most Christians just want to help. That I know a good, huge majority that I've met, Brother Clarence and Brother Rico, whether it's Pentecostal, Protestant, etc., religion and cult, two different terms. Yes and no. A religion actually is a cult because actually the word cult is short for culture. They have cultural norms where they follow the cult. Now, it's not the negative term of cult where you talk about Jim Jones and what's that other the Waco, Texas and stuff. That's not that. Those were the negative terms of cult, but religion is just a way of life. Just certain things you're going to do at the same times all the time, right? Oh, this Sunday is Easter. I think I'm going to do something on Easter, Rico.
Oh, you know what? Look at this. Okay, just to be sure, Marcus, right? I just looked up the definition of cult. And it says, as a noun, a system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. So there's the cult of St. Olaf, a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. So in a way, I'm sure religious people would never want their religion to be termed or deemed a cult.
Right.
But by the actual definition, I guess and I would never call it that. Again, I just stay away from religion, period, because I know people get so sensitive about it, and I don't want to have to beat up nobody religious because they're gonna sit there and just try to attack me, and I'm not having it. So I just stay away from it. As long as they ain't trying to make me do nothing, I ain't trying to make them see anything. That's fine. But
okay.
if you look at the actual term, if this is accurate, and it seems to be, the definition from Oxford Languages, a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. Okay. So, or it says in modern English, a cult is a social group that is defined by its unusual religious, so it is religion part there, spiritual or philosophical beliefs, or its common interest in a particular personality, object, or goal. So, and of course, every time we hear, I always think of something negative. I think of the Jim Jones and the Wacos and everything else. But and they used to say the term religious. Well, they actually, that's what they called them, a religious cult.
Yeah.
And most cults are, everyone I've ever heard of was formed around religion of some kind.
Typically, yeah.
Always some type of religion. I think you had the cults with the you had the Buddhists or the Hindus. They had their issues with it. The Mormons, they call them cults.
Yeah.
Seventh-day Adventists.
Yeah.
Scientologists.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I mean, but you know what? The U.S. government recognized them as a religion as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a recognized religion. The funny thing about it is when I came out of high school, I almost got sucked into them.
Scientology?
Yeah.
You was gonna be a Scientologist?
Almost. They almost got my ass. They almost got me. They almost got me. Because they gave me a job selling them damn books. L. Ron Hubbard. They had me selling them books.
Oh man.
What
wow.
NBC selling them books, Scientology and all that.
Wow.
And they almost had me. They almost had me.
Wow, brother. You know? Wow, yeah.
But you're right. Yeah.
I remember.
And that Marcus put that up. That's the other side of cults. So you're right. That's true too. 100%.
All right, let me read it, Rico. Marcus says, laugh out loud. I hear you, Rico. And Brother Clarence is just that Charles Manson, holy smoke, and other cults, religions like satanic cults, pure evil, Masonry, Freeman, Scientology, dark stuff.
Right.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know,
that's all true.
Yeah, and everybody
but
has.
It's the other side. So, but just the term cult speaks to the action of, you know, as I said, the term again.
But would you agree, Rico? Rico, would you agree that the term cult is typically a negative term?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, 100%. That's why usually people don't like their religion being associated with the term because of these exact examples that Brother Marcus gave, which is actually 100% accurate, 1,000% accurate. So they're trying to pull religion away from the term, although the term means both.
Right.
So maybe they should say good cult, bad cult. They just want to stay away from cult because you get instances like these fools who go out and kill people and drink blood and all other kinds of crazy shit. So I get it. I definitely understand if you're a religious person, I would feel the same way.
But let me ask the people, do you think that if you are a religious person, I think the three major religions, they usually talk about helping people. Now, if I say I'm Christian, if somebody told you they was a Christian, would you expect them to try to help someone? Or would you expect them to just be like, whatever, you know what I mean? Or see somebody that needs some help and just turn their back on them? I wouldn't expect that. So, and then to get mad at me for helping them, I don't understand that. You say you're a Christian. This is the work that the man you say you following is doing. Why are you mad at me for doing the work when you don't want to do that work, right? What do you say? The harvest is ripe, but the laborers are few. The harvest is ripe. We got a guy right here that needs help.
But Clarence, you know what though? You know, I think most people's, and this is just my thought, biggest issue with religion as a whole for me, it's not even like it's not the cult behavior. I'm not saying that's not a problem. I'm just saying I don't think about it that much. It's not about the not helping thing. I think for most people, at least from my vein of thought, is the fucking blatant hypocrisy.
Yeah.
That's hard to get by. And if ever, it's almost like what I see, you know, religious leaders and religious people is they want to be deified or they want to be held up as being a thing, but they don't want the burden of being that thing. See what I'm saying?
Well, explain that, Rico.
So you want to be looked up as this high, virtuous, revered figure. But anytime you fuck up, oh, well, I'm human. No, you can't have it both ways. Because see, you don't want to be accepted as human. You want to be looked at as superhuman until you fuck up. And then you want grace. And that's where, because what you see is so-called religious people. I'm like, all right, no, motherfucker, this is like the 10th time you did that. And every time you do it, you keep talking about you human. Motherfucker, I'm human.
Right.
But you don't look up to me. You look down on me. I have to look up to you, but you fucking up just like me. That's the hypocrisy that I think most people struggle with. Because I hear so many so-called religious people. There was a so-called religious young lady that used to be here all the time that would do all kinds of snake behavior and snake stuff. And and then we try to say, but I'm a Christian, and I'm like, no, that's not Christian behavior when you're doing stuff underhanded and backstabbing and sneaky. I don't care if you use profanity or not. It's not the language, it's the behavior that you want to be dismissed when you're very deceptive. You're very deceiving. You're sitting there doing all this instigating. That's, but I curse, and that's what they want to do. Well, I don't use that language and I don't do this. I don't do that shit you do either. I might curse, but you're not going to see me running around stabbing people in the back and instigating stuff and starting stuff and doing it and telling people you can't be here and judging people. You're not going to see me doing any of those things. I might got a potty mouth. I'll accept that. But why are you doing all of these behaviors? Because you can quote scripture and you don't use profanity. I'm like, man, give me a bunch of cursors. Give me a bunch of honest cursors. I would take all the honest people who swear over all those devils who don't. That's what I'm saying is
honest people. Much rather. I said I would much rather be around honest people.
But you get the hypocrisy is what I'm saying in that, and it's not just Christianity. You can see it in Islam, you can see it in Judaism, you see it in all religion. It's the hypocrisy of, again, they want to be looked upon at a certain level, but they really don't want that burden of having to live that life of piety that they want you to treat them at. You got when they walk by, you gotta bow like they the Pope.
Let me tell you how to get caught up, Rico. Let me tell you how
they drinking, they smoking, they womanizing, they gambling, they stealing, they lying.
Let me tell you how to get caught up. I'm gonna tell you how to get caught up. See, at first, sometimes they have good intentions, right?
Yeah.
And so they want to help, and so they start out, but at the same time, they have deep desires to be this Lord over something, right? And so it don't come out until they got enough people running behind them, right? I've seen this happen so many times in the nation, man. The nation is good for washing people out, man. People get washed out every day, man, because for whatever reason, man,
they ain't walking the walk.
Either the discipline or you get your dreams. I told y'all, man, I went over there, man, and they were banking a certain way out here in LA. We were banking a certain way. And so I said, hey, the way we banking is it's not good. Y'all need to change it. So the dude over me, the dude in charge of me said, hey man, what you think this is? You just gonna come over here and tell us what we need to do? You us now. You see a problem? Get out here and fix it. Get up and fix it. I said, who, me? He said, yeah, you. Get up and fix it. This ain't no place where you gonna come in here and sit down and just come to church on Sunday. You see a problem? We expecting you to get up and fix it. You know what I'm saying? So, which I did. I implemented some, changed the whole banking system. But the point is, I saw a lot of cats get washed out. Like they come in, they want to be ministers or student ministers, and so they get people they get people, you know, clapping for them, right? When they on the rostrum, and people clapping for them, right? Until they start saying something crazy. One time I was in Compton, right? I was in Compton, and this dude started saying some way crazy stuff on the rostrum, right? Everybody was with him at first, right? Yeah. Then he started talking this crazy stuff. And so we was like, what? And everybody kind of pulled back off of him. And so later they went and talked to him, and I never seen that dude again, man. He left, right? But the point is, they start out with good intentions, and sometimes they get to the point where they get so drunk with people telling them, "Oh, you're the best. You're this,
drunk
you're
with
this."
power. They think they can say anything and they can do anything.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
And then people, like you say, Rico,
I'm untouchable now.
They get, well, what happens is people start excusing things about them. They start excusing it. And so now they feel like, oh, I'm invincible.
Yep.
Who can touch me, right? I talk about the Gilgamesh complex, right? Who can stop me? I can do whatever I want to do, right? And then I've seen so many different things happen now. But my point is this, Rico. That's how they get caught up. They get caught up because they get drunk with the love of the people. Yeah, or the power, or with the perception of the people. They love me, and I can do no wrong in their eyes, so I can do whatever. Like there's a guy in the Bible called named David, right? He wanted this dude's wife so bad, and he said, "Man, I'm the king. Who can stop me from getting her? All I gotta do is get rid of her husband." So what he do? He put him in a position where he got killed, just so he could get to his wife, right? But who could stop him? But God still rocked with him because he had other plans for him. He had to catch some for it, but he still rocked with him because he had other plans for him. But he knew the guy wasn't perfect. You know what I'm saying? But the guy never went around saying he was perfect, but he definitely did some other thing. But that's how they get caught up. See, that dude went and did that because he got so caught up with the King David, you're the best, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're this. And then before you know it, he went and did something crazy like that. But that's my point, man. That's how these dudes get caught up.
But
man.
Look, here's a couple of good. I like Karskar's comment, and that's true because when I read that, what that puts me in mind. Put Karskar's up, Clarence.
Where's Karskar?
His comment.
This one?
So I like he said, I'm surprised at many who claim to be Christian when one's supposed to pick up the cross of Christ with both hands, but yet have an extra hand in others' pockets.
Yeah.
And when I read that, you know who it brings me to mind to, Brother Karskar, is like in America. And actually, I'm gonna take that back. It's not just in America because we've exported this bullshit to Africa, South America. I haven't heard about it in Asia yet. This prosperity preaching, your Creflos and your Osteens, and I ain't gonna name no other ones. I don't know who's the fan of who, but I'm like, somebody gonna have to point me to the Bible where it says that God wants us all to be millionaires. I didn't see that. So they preach that prosperity. And you hear other preachers rail out and speak against them, but people are fools. We idiots. We want to see our preacher with a Gulfstream G4 jet and Rolls Royce and all other kinds of things, while people in their pulpit, in their pews, might go hungry and get their lights turned off. I'm like, where does that make any sense? And we see that now. And what was problematic to me is you have that, but they've exported this into Africa. So you got people in Africa doing the same shit, ripping poor people off. And you got it down in South America, huge mega churches there, where I'm like, these people are giving their all, and they're just robbing them blind in the name of religion.
Yeah.
It is so freaking horrible. So that blew me away. And then one other one, can you tap in on Sister Enya's, her third comment after Karskar? Because this is the part I think that we desperately need to address too. Because she hit the nail on the head with this.
Okay. I used to be a Christian. Let me read it, Rico. I used to be a Christian. I have seen some things and been through some things as well. Christianity is white supremacy, and it's time to address it. What do you think about that, Rico?
It's facts.
That's facts.
It's facts. Flat
Okay.
out. You know, it again, and as I told people, I said, you know, if you look all the way through history from slavery on, from slavery through World War II, and probably in some places right now, in particular, because I guess the birth of Christianity was Catholicism. Like Christianity came out of Catholicism, I believe. But I know
no.
Huh?
No.
Catholicism came out of Christianity. Okay,
yeah.
well, whatever. I know. Well, so they're sisterhoods. They're related.
Yes, they are definitely related.
So, yeah. So they're all Christianity. So I'll just say Christianity. But a form of
Catholicism is just one of those denominations.
Okay, so a form of Christianity has been used to justify slavery, to justify the death camps in World War II. Not to justify, but to either to justify or excuse it. The Crusades, even before slavery.
Yes.
All of these were in the name of Christianity, and probably more wars. I had an argument with a former roommate of mine. Like, he was a good friend of mine. Still is a great friend of mine. And he was making a statement which I didn't agree with and still don't. He was like, Islam is the most violent religion in the world.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where the fuck do you get that from? You know, and I ain't a Muslim. I'm just, to me, when he said it, was just like the logic didn't land on me. I'm like, ain't you ever heard of the fucking Crusades?
Yeah.
I know y'all talk about the stuff now today, you know, and it's easy for people to pick on Islam because of the wars in the Middle East. Okay, fine. But before, back then, I'm like, if anything, they doing now what Christianity did then. It's like, y'all gonna pretend like
they're doing the same thing.
Right. That's what I said. They doing the same thing that y'all did then. I said the only thing
you just don't hear about it. Like these Christians over in Ireland are blowing up the Christians over.
But here's the thing: is I'm like, even with the Crusades, y'all look back on that with a sense of reverence and fondness. Oh, they were butchering and killing and destroying entire countries for love. No, they wasn't. They were doing it for land and power. The same reasons why they're going to war today. It's for land and power. And anytime someone goes to war, they're going to say it's in. Even right now, the Russians and the Ukraine. You don't think that they're sitting there using some religious figure as they roll them tanks across the field? That's what man does. Man always fight and die in the name of some. I have never seen an atheist army. Yeah. Name me one atheist army. Because if you got a country full of atheists, they ain't going to war. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, right.
They just don't. Nope. But it's always religious countries.
Yeah.
Countries led.
What was that they had? The Inquisitions?
Oh, yeah, the Inquisition. Yeah, the Spanish Inquisition. That was the Catholic Church.
Hey, and what about the and I'm not saying that the Muslims
they're bad. It's just the fact that it's like
they've had some issues too. But one is no better than the other. I think it's just the way it's the way you practice what you hear. If you practice it to a way that's going to benefit yourself and others, then I think that's the highest way you can use your religion. Because I don't say people should, just because I'm Islamic, I don't say, oh, everybody should be Islamic. No, because that won't fit everybody. Some people, that ain't gonna work for them. So if Christianity got you to stop being a thief and a murderer, hey, go with Christianity. If Judaism got you to stop it, go with Judaism or whatever. As long as you being a better person and your religion don't benefit your fellow man, cool, do it. But I'm like Malcolm X. Leave your religion at home, because if it ain't done nothing for you already, then it already has. You need to leave it back there anyway, right?
And because I think we need to try at least to address Sister Inya Kania comment, because I think and she's right. Yeah, I think, like I said, I never said that. I can't give you a scripture that.
Rico, let me read it. So then it says, I've always been curious and wonder if one of you can answer. Would you mind sharing a scripture that demonstrates white supremacy.
Can you, Clarence?
Let
me just say this, first of all, just to be clear, okay. Sister Inya. No, I can't. I can't share a scripture that demonstrates nothing because I'm not very religious at all. And I don't think I was making the statement that it's in the Bible a scripture that, supports or demonstrates white supremacy. But what I do know is that the Bible has been used to justify slavery, which is a form of white supremacy. The Bible does speak about the slave being obedient to the master. I don't know what scripture it is, so I couldn't tell you that. They didn't assign a color to it, and they would read that to the slaves to make us be more accepting of our oppression and bondage. And I do know that that's in the Bible.
Yeah.
So so that's why I'm being honest. Again, I mean, like I said, I don't speak of religion in a very disparaging way, but I know historically religious, I know the Catholic Church turned a blind eye to the genocide in World War II. They also, they turned a blind eye to what was going on within the church.
I can tell you,
sexual depravity. So again, it's not the religion.
I can tell you a scripture that can be construed that way.
Okay.
Which is, I'm trying to look it up exactly what it is now.
Yeah.
I'm not able to look that up exactly, but it's a scripture in Revelation where it talks about both Jew and Gentile. There's none that doeth good, no, not one.
Oh, okay. Right? Look like Sister Inya got it. Let's put a Sister Inya, yeah.
And them taking the name of the Father, replacing it with God. Backwards, the rabbit hole goes deep. And Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. Now we got some that can be construed. But let me say this. The Bible itself is.
There you go, Cars. Thank you, Cars. That's what I said. What Cars said is what I was getting at.
The Bible itself is not a book of white supremacy, right? The Bible itself is not that. But like any other book, if I take a book and I say, hey, I'm going to only distribute certain information about this book in a certain way, then the people, all they're going to have to do is they have to take my word for it, right?
And here's the thing. They took a book and they told it to people who it was not their book. So the people they told it to.
You never got a chance to read it.
Right. You couldn't read it. So I take the book and I tell you that this is what the book means, right?
Right.
This is what the book is saying. Now, if you don't accept it, then you have to tell me what it means. And you don't know because it's not your religion. So if I tell you that it says that, okay, the white man is your master or we're superior race than others, I can't say, well, that ain't what it says because I really don't know. Now, people today are trying to say, well, that's not what it says. But really, even people today, it doesn't say it promotes white supremacy, but it also doesn't say it does not. And we're just saying the way it's been used has been to promote white supremacy, if that makes sense. So I agree. It has been misused. And because, that's the way it's always been used. So we're saying that there is some if the better way I could say it is the Bible has been tainted with things that maybe it wasn't its intentional purpose, but it's been tainted with white supremacy because it's been used in the name of white supremacy so much by people for their benefit. It just really is. And I don't know what it means when they're talking about it.
It was a shield to cover up a lifestyle of torment for us in America, and not only just us in America. When I say us, I'm talking about those of us that were descendants of slaves. Not only us in America, but all over the world, really.
Yeah.
It was a shield that was used to say, this is okay. This is okay. Yeah. So when your children, their children saw us in bondage and they questioned it, they'd say, this is God's way.
Yeah.
That's God's way. And so they taught them from babies how to accept the suffering of our suffering. It
Yep.
made it go down easier for them as well
Yep.
as us, right? Because you tell us, hey, you doing the Lord's work by suffering what you're suffering. And while you was out there picking that cotton and picking that tobacco, you said, swing chariot, swing low, sweet chariot.
So, because I'm telling you, to be obedient to your masters, to be obedient to your God.
Right. And see, you being obedient by accepting your lot in life, which is slavery. Because in the end, when you die, you're going to go to slave heaven, right?
And what they would tell you is, I didn't make you this way. God made you this way. So God wanted you to be a slave.
There you go.
God wanted, and they would twist it. And when you read the script, even once you learn
if you ain't a good slave, you ain't going to heaven.
And when you learn, even when you learn to read the words and understood it, there is a scripture in there where it says for slaves to be obedient to their master. Yeah. Now, I don't know who wrote that or why or what the hell they were talking about. And they might have been talking about the same color people.
First of all, let's clear something up. Slavery is not a bad thing. Chattel slavery is a bad thing. But slavery has been around way before Caucasian people.
I think it is.
Put purple glasses on it.
Yeah. Chattel slavery was horrible.
Now, what was the purpose of slavery? What was the purpose of slavery? Even before the pharaohs got into it and everything. Before that happened, what was the purpose of slavery? The purpose of slavery was,
to repay a debt?
No, the purpose of slavery was, let's say 2 kingdoms went to war.
Oh, okay.
So you've killed all the men. There's little kids and women hiding under rocks and hiding behind in the bushes out there. You, instead of going out there and euthanizing all them people, you can bring them in and have them work off their show that they're going to bring of some value to the conquering country.
Or remain
loyal.
Once
they show that they're of value, then they can petition for citizenship. After a few years, they can petition for citizenship, and then they worked off their slavery. That's how it started out.
Mm-hmm.
But as these other ruthless people got involved, they said, why let these people go? Since we got this, if we can go and conquer these people, then let's just go conquer them and let's just raise them as slaves, right? Mm-hmm. Let's just have a working class where we don't have to pay nobody and we just pay them in bread and rice, right? That's why. But see, that's why when they conquered the Hebrews and he brought them to Egypt, and they said to him, hey, sing us one of the songs of Zion. And they said, how you expect us to sing? These are songs we sang in our own land. We don't. How you expect us to sing good songs and you got us in captive? You got us as slaves here. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew that they was taking people out not to just work for a few years, but they knew they was going to be there for their life. That's it. And even children they had was going to be slaves. Who wants to be in that situation? But that's how slavery started out. It started out as a mercy to these people that's hiding. Then you got these ruthless people that got involved and they put it on steroids. They started making people actually live their whole life as a slave, which that was not the purpose of slavery, and that was not the intent in the beginning. And now they started living their whole life like that. Then the Europeans got involved and they really turbo blasted it and made a business out of it. And then they commercialized it and they really pushed it up. And so to keep this all going, we have to tell the whole world this is God's plan. This is God's plan is to have it like this, right? Them poor old, remember Roots, where he said it's better than them being over there in their own country with that heathen Allah, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the sickness of it. It's one thing if you're going to, like you said, do the business of slavery, but then all of a sudden, okay, okay. It's like I said, it's one thing. It's one thing if you're going to practice in the if you're going to engage in the practice of slavery, it's another thing to say God wanted it to be that way. I'm like, damn, you just can't say that you wanted to do it. That's not good enough. You a slave because I caught your ass. That ain't good enough. Now you got to sit there. It's not good enough to say, Clarence, you a slave. Why am I a slave, Master Rico? Because I caught your ass. That's not good enough. I had to catch you. Why am I a slave? Because God wants you to be a slave. Now pick that cotton.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, you've broken down the body. Now what they do with the whole religious thing is let's break down the mind and the spirit of the slave.
Yes.
We don't want them to have a rebellious spirit or a mind, because see, if it's just physical, because I'm sure even in when it was the good slavery, like you said, Clarence, I'm sure there were people who escaped. Because people want to be free.
No. I'm just saying the intent was different.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, I'm sure even when the intent was not as nefarious as it became, there were people that just like, you know, hey, I want to go back to my lands and I don't want to be here no more. And they left. So I think the newer version, they were like, just the body's not enough. We have to break the spirit and the mind so that they don't even, you know, their whole world is fucked up, and that this is all they know. That's why they broke down the language. They beat the language out of us. They wouldn't let you read or write. So can you imagine being in a world either brought into that world or born into that world where not only do we want to break the body, we need to break the spirit and the mind. And how do you break the mind? Because it can't beat your brain. God. I'm not gonna let you read, but I'm gonna keep pushing this propaganda on your mind and telling you that to be close to God, the greatest thing in the world, especially if you're born into it. So now you're a little black baby born on a plantation. You don't know nothing about Allah. You know nothing about your land. You know nothing about anything. You're born into this shit, and day one, they're telling you, God, by the time you could walk or talk, they're feeding you this. You sitting in church with your mom and daddy, who by then had been beat into, and they beating that same shit into you. Shut up, boy, child. God wants us to be a slave. Be good to master them. And it's a conditioning. It's a conditioning if you can think about how it could be done. And, and it's government sanctioned. That's what people don't understand. I'm like, this is government sanctioned. This was the United States government that said, yes, they property. They belongs to you. You owns them. You do whatever the hell you want with them. They could beat you. They could rape you. They could kill you. You belongs to them.
Right.
They're yours. You paid for them. You tendered $200 U.S. greenback. That's your property. And the chattel is just like you bought that cow or that horse. You bought that boy or that gal.
Yeah.
And that's
just like they were brand cows and brand sheep and brand other animals. They would brand they niggas. They would brand them. So in case you got off the plantation some kind of way, you had the brand on you so nobody could say, hey, that's one of my slaves there, right? I want to answer this real quick, brother. Ian says the beast has to be identified, and no one wants to discuss who the beast is. The beast in Daniel and Revelation is Edom, and the mind of the beast is white supremacy, and the image of the beast is Jesus. Well, let me address that like this, sister. True indeed, there are different points in the Bible where this beast is being revealed. When we say beast, we're talking about a mind mentality, right? We're talking about this mentality of a person. And what is a beast? A beast is somebody that lives, off of might makes right? If I can take it from you, then I'm right? If you're smaller than me and I'm hungry, you're my dinner. That's the way might makes right in nature, right? So in nature, that's what we call a beast, because if I'm stronger than you, I can take whatever I want from you or take you, you off your person, right? So now What is the mentality of a beast? What is the mentality of that? That's the mentality of a person that thinks, I got more money than Rico, I'm therefore stronger than Rico. I can take his wife, or I can take his children, or I can take whatever his job, or I can, Rico did something I didn't like, so I can use my resources to overpower him, right? That's the mentality of a beast. Instead of me saying, okay, let me just reconcile with this brother here. I had a problem with him. Let me go to him and try to reconcile with him. Instead of that, I'm going to now try to ruin his life and all this crazy because I can, because I got the ability to do it. I'm gonna go do it. That's the beast mentality, right? And just like in white supremacy, they had the ability to be able to do these things. Why? Because of the religious belief. They was able to teach their children from little babies up, so it got strong. It was like little roots, and the roots got strong in them as they grew up. They got so desensitized watching us in our suffering that they didn't have a problem with it after a while. After a certain age, they don't have no problem with seeing you suffer, seeing us suffer. They didn't have a problem with that, right? So that's where the white supremacy came into it. I'm not necessarily saying the white supremacy is from the beginning of Christianity. I think it was more elite supremacy, whereas opposed because they use the same scripture to enslave white people as well. So I'm that's where I'm saying, they use the same mental gymnastics to enslave white people as well, especially the Roman government, especially them. Okay. All right. So let's move on. But I do think that Jesus was the figurehead of, if you want to do right, you got to follow this man. Right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's continue on. Let's say, and let's see. Christianity teaches us to accept the conditions out of people and pray it away. We pray, yes, to pray it away. And remember, the Psalms were prayers too, and David's prayer was to destroy his enemy. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You got something to say, Rico?
No, that's facts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's facts. Let's see. Kafka said most religions have many layers, unlike religion of the onion. No matter how many peels one takes off, it's still an onion, in my opinion.
Yep.
They say Rico is so true. Let's see. Yeah. So the thing is about religion is, we were talking about the Christian religion in particular as it relates to slavery. Yes, it tells it. I forget the place. I'm trying to look it up now, where it says slaves listen to your master, follow your master.
I know it's in there.
Yeah, it's there. But the point was that whatever situation you in, that the point of that particular scripture was, whatever situation you in, do the best that you can to be the best person you can to try to walk out of that situation. It wasn't to like say, be happy being a slave, or be happy, you be happy you in jail. No, do your time and then get out and then do better. You know what I mean? But that was the point of that situation. But I'll have the whole context right here because I'm trying to look it up, but I can't find it right now. Anyway, so Christianity has been used as a tool to promote white supremacy. Now, does every white person believe in white supremacy? Absolutely not, right? You know what I mean? But I think a lot of them have been desensitized to our suffering. And so that's what makes a lot of them desensitized to the situation. So they unfortunately were brought up in a construct like America. Like, for example, you guys don't know nothing about white people that just they eviscerate each other over there. The fighting going on between Ireland and England and the IRA, the Irish Republican Army. That, man, they absolutely nobody kills more white people than the Irish Republican Army, right? But they're out there doing all of this stuff, right? Under the same Christianity, under the same doctrine, that they following this stuff. So I don't want us to get trapped. Yes, it's been used against us as well, but just it's a book of theory and principles. And so we want to get the principles out. At the same time, look at it's giving us some feedback on what happens if you don't follow this stuff, and you put yourself in these social constructs and you don't use this wisdom. That's what it basically is supposed to be about, in my opinion. All right, y'all. Now, so we talked about all of this religious stuff. What do y'all think? Because I mean, we got questions. I mean, y'all got questions for me and Rico. We'll try to answer it as best we can.
No, ladies in the chat, you ladies doing a great job, and I be reading the chat because, like I said, I tell everybody, religion. I know a very little bit about religion, very little bit, probably about as much as a 5-year-old. I know what I believe and I know what I believe, and like I said, so I think what I'm saying is I think you guys are doing a great job even conversing with each other. Sister Inya dropping gems, and both of y'all gonna have to come up here at one point and pronounce your name because me and Clarence probably butchering them.
Yeah,
because I see Inya and Inya, or they both say Inya or they both say Inya.
One is Inni and one is Inya.
Yeah, but I don't know if our pronunciation is correct on either one of them.
True.
That's what I'm talking about. We're probably butchering both of these ladies' names. And if we are, forgive us. We some old dinosaurs. We only know people named Jane and Donna and Karen. All we know is our old slave names. That's all we know. What we talking about, right? They didn't let us learn no ethnic names of beauty like you ladies have. We got stuck with them old slave names in our head. That's why he's Clarence.
Clarence. I mean, it just sounds like you got a broom in your hands, right? Clarence. Clarence, get over here. You gotta spill over here.
You come run over there looking like Steven from Django, right? So I know that,
sleep in the big house.
Yeah, I think that the conversation that you guys are, and brothers Car, and everybody that's putting it out, you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm just picking up and I'm learning more. Learning more. So I like when we have a chat that's engaged and stuff like that, especially talking on such a sensitive subject. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times people get bent out of shape. And I always try to discuss this. I usually don't even like talking religion. I usually like, man, I don't want to talk at all because people just get bent out of shape, And I try to talk about, and I'm like I said, I'm going to say something stupid about it, but I always preface it with like, I'm not a very religious person. So don't come telling me what I should know because I know nothing. And I ain't trying to learn either. Let me go ahead and burn.
Tell you something, man. If any of us were saying something wrong, me, you, Sister Inya, Sister Annie, Kashgar, Watkins, all of us, if we were saying something wrong, trust me, them hypocrites in the bushes would hit us up.
Yeah.
They would hit us up. But they can't deny anything what we talking about.
And Sister Inya, you're right. I'm not afraid to talk about it. Just like, you're right. It is time. We do need to talk about these things. And I like to talk about it like at least how we start here is talk about it from a historical perspective. Again, like I said, I struggle with people sitting there telling me what happened 3,000, and like I said, when we talked earlier about the prosperity pimps, when they stick in their hand, always, and I hate to say it, I always say, and I'll speak about sometimes certain religions pretty cavalierly, but I mean, it's also part of what I believe. Because sometimes I'm like, when I hear somebody that's talking like a preacher, the first thing come to mind is they lying and they stealing. Because I've seen more bad than good. And I've seen some great preachers out there. I've seen some great preachers that were,
okay, let me ask you a question, Rico.
Jewish, Christian, and whatever. But I just see too few of them of integrity.
Let me ask you a question, Rico. Mm-hmm. Okay, you talked about prosperity preachers.
Yeah, they're the worst.
What exactly is bad about prosperity preachers? Like, what is the issue that you have with prosperity?
Well, first of all, I still haven't seen anywhere where the book or the religion of Christianity says that you're supposed to get rich or get the bag. They're the original get the bag. And prosperity preachers have been with us for a long time. They are the original, you got to get the bag. And my problem with it is that when they're usually getting the bag, the victims are poor people. The people that they get their bag from is generally they're poor and they're uneducated. Those are the people they prey on. People who are giving their very last. And don't let it be an elderly person. See, their pews is full of old people, poor people, and uneducated people.
Yeah.
And they are, and they can, I think my problem with this is they see who they're getting money from. And then the bigger problem is it's not even that, okay, I'm asking my parishioners to tithe. Then they take the money and they live a fucking life of luxury. That's the problem. They're living a life of luxury while the very people who donated to them are living a life of poverty. And my belief, or I thought what little bit I knew about religion, religious leaders were supposed to live a life of poverty, of little to nothing.
Nah, you can't do that. See, black people will never listen. Black people will never follow a preacher that's broke.
That's just the whole point. Is
situation, right?
But my whole point is this: are you following the preacher or the religion? What are you doing?
Shout out to Party Cloudy. Well, you following the preacher.
You're not supposed to be following the preacher. You're supposed to be following the faith.
I hear you, Rico.
So then, you know what? Then if that's the case, that's why black people are forever fucking lost. Because your fault. The preacher's going to the left, the faith is going to the right, you idiot.
This is my point, Rico. Remember what I said earlier? I said most of these people are so lazy, they're going to put the responsibility on the preacher to tell them what's in the book they got sitting right in front of them, right?
That's why you ain't never going to see me. And that's why, but you know what? Here's the thing, though. That's why in 2022, people look it up. You know the percentage of non-believers are steadily rising and believers are steadily falling.
Right.
There is currently right now in America and actually around the world, the number of people who are believing in religion, who are not believing in any religious faith, is increasing exponentially. We're about to become a nation of more non-believers than believers. That's where the Western world is going because of shit like that.
Yeah, I get
They're
it.
destroying their faith.
But I get it, brother. But
they're destroying their own faith. So I'm like, pretty soon you're gonna wake up. That pew gonna get so you're actually by them doing what they're doing is I'm like, you're fucking your bag up. Because you're making newer people are not coming. Remember, like you said, when you was a kid, you saw them young folks in church.
Yeah.
Who gonna replace them when they all die?
Well, see, they in the church, like Creflo Dollar's church, you got to bring your family, right? You got to bring your family there, especially on Sunday. You got to bring your whole family. Why? Because they want you to indoctrinate your children and make sure they coming along. But
when them kids get old enough, and you know what it is, he trying to stretch it out as long as he can.
That's what I'm saying.
He wouldn't need to do that if they wasn't killing the message in the first place.
I get it, brother. I get it. But what I'm saying is, now I don't know about white people. I tell you,
look at this one. Look at this one. Who was the guy? If anybody in the chat can remember, Bishop Eddie Long.
Holy smokes, yeah.
He prosperity preaching that big church down in Atlanta. Eddie Long, and then it got took over by the boy from Baltimore that went down there. I think his last name is Brian. The one whose wife was on the Real Housewives of Potomac. Yeah. And he having all these babies out of wedlock and shit.
Yeah, that's Jamal Bryant. Yeah.
Jamal Bryant, right? And I'm like, come on, man. Why the fuck is y'all following them anyway?
Well, because
Eddie Long up there in them tight t-shirts messing with them boys.
That was Eddie Long.
Yeah, that was Eddie Long. Eddie sweating with the Jerry curl.
Yeah,
flying them boys out. Flying them boys out to take bubble baths with them and shit. And you always see, it's always.
That's actually not funny, man. That's actually not funny.
But he was doing it.
Yeah,
but he was doing it.
He was.
And they came out, he paying them, and he paying them off with who money? He paying them off with church money.
Yeah.
So I'm like, y'all contributing to that terrible behavior.
Now, let me ask you a question. Why did they forgive that behavior? Why did the church, for instance, because some of his church left, but most of them stayed. And then you had a dude like Creflo Dollar publicly saying, why you gonna leave? When he got caught up with that scandal, Creflo Dollar said, why y'all gonna leave Eddie Long's church?
The hell with Creflo? Creflo's, look, I ain't following no nigga last name Dollar no way. So you told me, I don't know what the fucking Creflo is, but the last name, and I'm like, I don't even know if he was born with that name or if he changed his name to that shit.
I don't know either, man.
Who you know last name Dollar?
Question that's out there, man. I don't know.
Who you know his birth name is Dollar?
I don't know. I've never met anybody with the name Dollar. Never even heard of anybody.
So I believe that nigga changed his name to Dollar. So he's telling you he was after the bag.
Maybe so. But he said when all this stuff came out about Eddie Long, he said, and all those people started.
He might have been diddling some little boy. You know, he adopted a bunch of little white kids too. Him and his wife. Creflo.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, he did. But I wouldn't be surprised come find out he a little panty fairy too. I wouldn't put it past. I mean, why you should be condemning it. I bet you if it was a member, you would be condemning it.
Yeah. Yeah, but
don't that behavior go against the very thing that you teach?
But this is the thing, Rico. Why did he do that? Why did he tell?
Because they don't give a shit about nothing but the money.
But it wasn't his
you know why?
money, Rico.
You know why? Because Eddie might know something about Creflo. So can Creflo come out there and slander? He looking at Creflo. I wish you would. You was at the last party.
Or maybe something about Creflo ain't out there yet, and it's coming.
That's what I'm saying. Right? Creflo might be a cokehead. Because, we done had them where they dabble in the drugs. And then you had the one, and then Eddie they had the white boys too. Who's the one? Tammy Faye, Jim Baker.
Jim Baker, yeah.
He was bad. Then they had the other one that was
just got caught up again.
Yeah, then they had the other one that was from Colorado that was messing with the gay prostitute. And they done had so many of these jokers fall. It's crazy.
Yeah.
White and black. I was like, I don't know why in the hell y'all following any of them.
Because, Rico, they go so long unchecked. So they get so comfortable in the situation that by the time they get caught, they so deep in it, man. And all the dominoes start falling, right?
Can't be my mama.
You paid off money to you paid this person $50,000 or $10,000 to not say anything about the situation. Here comes TMZ. TMZ could give them easy $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 to tell their story. You think they're gonna worry about you suing them over NDA for $10,000?
You see, but my thing is, and my thing is this too. Great. That's funny, Cars. But you're right. That's what they'll do. They'll do that. They'll do what Cars said to play the guilt trip on you, like to try to flip it. And they always go to that phrase, we believe in redemption, we believe in second chances, we believe in giving grace. And I tell them like this, I believe in all that, but it don't mean you get to keep your fucking job. Okay? So go redeem yourself out on the fucking streets with a regular job. You don't get to sit here and poverty pimp us, get caught with boys and cocaine, and think you get to continue to do that shit. Are you crazy? No.
You know what?
If your job catch you doing that, we forgive you, Clarence. Clean out your desk. You don't get to stay, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so,
I hear you, man.
And in religion, you shouldn't get to stay either. You can go out there, start your ass back at the bottom. And most of them just turn around and go do that anyway. They go. Yeah. Go find another storefront. Yeah. Another storefront. And
Rico.
Rent it for $50 a month. And they start that shit all over again and build up another following with them same damn lies.
But Rico, Rico, what should the, from your vantage point, what should a preacher, because if you're preaching to black people, I don't know about white people, but if you're preaching to black people are not going to listen to a busted preacher. They're just not going to do it.
I don't know why not. The word is supposed to be the word. But see, that's why I don't listen to a lot of so-called black Christians, because again, if I know you following a corrupt ass preacher, anything he taught you is corrupt. It's all polluted. The whole fucking thing, the whole fucking message. You an idiot, he's an idiot. I just can't, because I think, okay, so when we talk, remember we started it with discernment. Have discernment about who you getting your message from.
Right.
If you're a real Christian, start there. Have some discernment about who the hell you're listening to, more so than who you're trying to help.
Right.
Have some discernment about that. And if you, I mean, the minute I see the mega church, to me, it's just a load of bullshit. I've seen some really solid, these guys didn't walk out of seminary to mega churches, so they had to build it up. So I'm like, if the message was good when it was small, why you act like it can't stay small and then still the good works you do, they put back out in the community? And so, because, you know, I tell you the perfect example. Look at Joel Osteen. Yeah. Remember a few years ago when they had the flood in Houston?
Yeah.
Because that's where he is. You know, they got on his ass about it because he didn't want to open his church to all those people that was displaced.
Right.
That was a big, I said, look at this motherfucker. Look at him.
I'm going to say this is why I think, in my opinion.
So if I end up in hell, I know I'll be down there with a lot of prosperity preachers. I might have a hard time getting in.
Hey, but Rico, see, I think he thought, hey, if I let these people in here, they're going to trash the place.
Right.
And this place is a moneymaker.
Right, but people out there losing their lives, though. People out there dying.
I know that, brother, but that's what I'm saying. That's
your God.
Everywhere. Faith, this is what I say. Faith is a garment. So one person will put this garment on and it'll look beautiful, and another person put it on and it's sagging all on around the end. See, it depends on how the person wears it. So I'm just saying, what's the definition of a prosperity preacher? A preacher that's out there preaching to teach you how to make money or teach you how to be prosperous in your life?
No, a pimp.
What's the definition?
A pimp.
A pimp. Okay, what is the definition of a pimp?
Somebody that's gonna hold your ass for money. Yeah, pimp.
So
they gonna hold your soul for coin.
Okay, but at least the pimp offers something, protection, your guidance. What does the prosperity preacher?
But look, the pimp offers what he can't provide. Because the pimp ain't giving you any of that. He giving the woman the illusion of protection. Because the only person the pimp can protect you from is another pimp. He ain't gonna protect your ass from a John. He ain't gonna protect you from a cop. He can only protect you from another pimp. And the guidance he's giving you is how to make him more money. That's it. It's an illusion. But what makes a pimp so good? Remember, they mind fuck you.
Right. Great.
What do you think? What do you think they doing up there in the pulpit? They mind fucking you.
Okay.
They promise you, I'm gonna protect your soul. You're gonna go to the glory.
Right.
They telling you all the stuff you want to. Oh, Pinky, you know, Master Pinky, you know, and he's saying all that stuff, and y'all down there just like the hoe, hanging on every word, hanging on every word, because that's what they. I mean, and it's almost it's pretty fucking sad. Because I especially take exception to the elderly, because you know, people that are elderly, when they get older, they start thinking about their mortality.
Right.
You know, so they worry all the time, and they trying to pay. You know, I'm trying to pay for all them years of the sin and what I've been doing. Man. But all you want to find an honest preacher that can give you the word so you can learn and you can listen to try to redeem yourself for salvation. And you dealing with a fucking pimp.
Yeah, man. Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that what would a pastor, you would be okay with a pastor in some busted bell bottoms a busted shirt,
Yeah,
busted
yeah.
clothes.
I wouldn't care. It's the word. Big to me, a pastor should be no more than a teacher.
That's what he's supposed
And
to
I
be.
don't see teachers showing up in 3-piece suits, driving Lamborghinis. Teachers are some of the most humble fucking people I know. What is a pastor but a teacher?
Yeah, that's the best.
That's what he's supposed to be.
Right. So, but
So
I'm
the
saying,
fact that, I'm like, you won't follow a pastor that's busted, but most teachers are busted. What is a pastor if he's not but a teacher? Or the word shepherd. I ain't never seen no blinged out shepherd.
no.
What the fuck are we talking about?
So I'm just saying, because our people,
Then you
we don't believe
lost.
that way. We don't believe
Then
in
you
that.
lost. Then he's a pimp and you a hoe. But see, you know what it is?
Rico.
I ain't never seen a busted pimp. Look, the pastor blinged out, right? The pastor blinged out, right?
Yeah.
What is the pimp? What Magic Don Juan look like?
Yeah.
Always gotta look good, drive good car, got cane, got rings on every finger, shiny chains. Pastor pimp, same thing. Same thing. Not I'm saying all them prosperity pastors. I'm telling you, I swear, their shit is so closely aligned with pimp behavior, is spooky.
A lot of them used to be pimps.
Right. So I think they're taking some of the ideology of that, and they just say, look, we take this shit in the same way we ran them hoes. We gonna run these hoes. And we're gonna say whatever they want to hear, all that silky smooth shit, and make our bread. And they know, and they give it to them. They give it to them knowing that they got $1 million mansion and flying all over the world.
I'm saying, brother, the black people will never follow a preacher
because they're telling them that the book says I should be prosperous.
Right. Right.
So,
the book is telling them that, hey, you should see growth over time. And to them, growth is not necessarily spiritual growth, but a physical. Your spiritual growth should reflect a physical reality, right? Mm-hmm. So if you really preaching the word, you should have a mega church and a mansion and cars, and if you're really doing the work.
Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit.
If you're really doing it, man, if you really do it, you should have that, right? The same thing in the Quran. They saw they told the prophets coming. The prophets starts pulling up on a dusty old camel, right? They said, hey, how come this dude is out here? They said, how come this dude here he's your prophet, but how come apple trees don't fall out of the sky? How come orange trees don't fall out of the sky for him? And the point was like, hey, this dude, he's just a regular cat. He's just telling you the word. It ain't like he's no super special person. He's just telling you the word, right? Same thing when they saw Jesus coming on that dusty old ass, hey, this is your leader? This broke down dude, right? All right, Rico. So I know you got things you got to do, man. So why don't you give us some final thoughts, brother, so we can wrap this up, man? And I appreciate you, man, for stopping through, man. Maybe we'll do another one later. I don't know. We'll see what's happening. But why don't you give us some final words, brother? Rico, can you hear me? You on mute, brother. You muted, Rico. Rico, you muted. You muted, man. You muted. Is it me? I can hear Rico. You muted. You are muted. You muted. I said you on mute, man. I don't know if you got that message, man. You were talking and we couldn't hear you. Rico, can you hear me? Oh, you hit me offline. Okay. All right, I got you, man. Because yeah, something's going on with you, man. All right. Yeah, I tried to tell him, Kashgar. All right. We got some final thoughts. We're talking about the prosperity preachers. What do y'all think? Do y'all think black people will follow a preacher that's in some busted Levi's? I don't think so. Black people have been conditioned to believe physical, trinkets and, what do you call that? Trinkets and haberdashery is that is success. So they only want to follow the successful, right? They don't want to follow the righteous. They follow the successful. They have been conditioned to believe that the righteous and the successful are the same people, right? Unfortunately, that's not it. The successful are a totally different group of people than the righteous, right? Sometimes they can cross paths, but typically the righteous are going to be a whole other group than the successful. Let me go down here. And Sister Enya says, "Woe be unto pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture," saith Yahuwah. Jeremiah 23:1. Holy smokes. Yeah, Kashka, I tried to tell him he was muted, but I guess he had some issue down there. Sister Enya says, interesting combo today. From vets to religion, I believe someone can be healed through and set free. I hope so, Sister Enya. I mean, we trying to do things and broaden our topics and everything. You know what I mean? Hopefully through religion. We're not pushing any one religion here. Have your religion, whatever religion you believe in. Have that. Do you? If your religion is making you a better person and it makes you a better person to your fellow man, hey, do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't try to force anybody to have no religion. What I do think all of us should have is a set of standards by which we're going to try our best to not step on the next man's toes. I think that's important. But as far as us, well, I'm going to have this religion is better than that religion. No, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? It depends on the person, right? I believe in Islam. I walk the path of Islam, but that's for me. It makes sense for me. It might not make sense for another person. And then you might walk the path of Christianity, and it might not make sense for everyone. You know what I'm saying? So we got to do what's best for ourselves and our own hearts, right? As long as we trying to show each other respect, then we can do it. All right. Brother Koshkar said, treasures in heaven. Don't bring the bling to the grave. It don't matter if you bring it to the grave because you ain't gonna be able to take it with you, right? Ask if you go look in all of those pyramids in Egypt, where's all that gold that they put in the pyramids? Right there in the pyramids, right? Right there where they put it, right? You know what the cold part about it is? When these people died, I'm gonna answer that right now. Enya. Hold on one second. You know what happened when the people died in those tombs, and when the master died or the king died and he had servants and stuff, they had to put the servants in the tomb with them. You know what I'm saying? That's like holy smokes. Brother Watkins, thank you, man. You made it happen, man. You put a smile on Rico's face, and Patrice, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. You're welcome anytime to come on up and come on and talk to us, man. Even if you see you had a whole nother side to the conversation, and if they agree with you, we'll agree with you. If not, we will push back on you a little bit. But hey, man, it's gonna be all in respect, and we appreciate you. And thank you for your service, Brother Watkins. We appreciate you, man. All right, so Sister Enya, what made you choose Islam over Christianity? Well, I was following the Christian faith I was following the Christian faith as best as I knew how. I didn't really have a mentor to try to guide me through the Christian faith. You know, I didn't really meet some serious good men of Christian faith until later on in my life, where I was already trying to practice Islam at that point. But still met some really good Christian brothers that tried to, you know, get me over, you know, bring me over the hump. But still, you know, I just felt like Islam was a better fit for me after I start studying the life of Malcolm X and the life of Elijah Muhammad, and I start studying the life of these men and Prophet Muhammad and other men. I started seeing that, you know, maybe this will work for me, because Christianity, I was studying it and I wasn't really I wasn't able to maximize it for me. You know what I mean? I was expecting when I started studying that faith or started trying to walk that path, that some kind of way all my problems was going to go away. All my negative thinking processes was just going to fly away. And I didn't have nobody to tell me that that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. What happens is you just continue to have the discipline to learn your lessons and live the lifestyle. And as you live this more disciplined lifestyle, you start dropping bad habits. And so I didn't have anybody really to tell me that until I got to Islam. But Islam just made more sense to me because, and I'm not talking about Christianity, you know, because it might be a great fit for someone else. But for me, I am a person that I never liked a person to tell me, do as I say, not as I do. I'm more of a person that if you tell me something and you say to me, don't check on it, just believe what I say, just believe in me, and that's not gonna work for me. And so when I started following Minister Farrakhan, I had somebody bring some information to me about Minister Farrakhan, and I kept putting it off. I said, I don't want to see that. You know, he's a hater. He hates white people, and I ain't with that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that. I don't hate nobody just because of their color and all this and all that. And so the dude kept telling me, nah, man, you got to twist it. You need to listen to these tapes. At this time, I'm gonna tell you how old I am. We had VCRs, and he had some VCR tapes that he would bring me. Minister Farrakhan on Donahue, Minister Farrakhan, you know, at this college, at that college, you know, you talk about the early 90s, the late 80s. So Minister Farrakhan was on fire back then, right? And so anyway, I said, okay, I'm gonna listen, because he pissed me off, my friend. One day he pissed me off so bad. I said, okay, I'm gonna listen to this. So he gave me this video, and I was watching this video, and I said, yeah, I'm gonna catch him. He's gonna say he hate white people, and I'm gonna catch him in it. I'm gonna catch him, and that's where I'm gonna stop the video, and I'm gonna go get him, and I'm gonna show him. And so he never said it. And I was like, I thought this dude, hey, well, okay, so maybe he got away with that one. So then I got another tape, same thing. He talked about what they did, but he never said, I hate them because they white. So I was like, okay. Then as I started watching more and more, I started realizing, oh, okay, it's not about hating them. It's about loving us. I see now what's going on is it's a different situation. And so whatever he would say, don't just listen to me. Go check this out for yourself. Here's where you can go check it out. So I said, oh, okay. Well, I went to go check it out, and I would see. At first, sometimes I would see it and wouldn't understand it. But after a while, I started understanding. Once I started getting it. I was like, okay. I started seeing now. And then I got comfortable, Sister Enya, with the fact that I could always go and check everything that was being told to me. I was never being told, like, you know, in churches, just like, believe this. Just believe it. Why? Just believe it. Just believe that. Oh, okay. But in Islam, I was always given the mathematics to go with it. So, and that's what really made me slide more to Islam, because the mathematics came with the explanation. It was never like some ethereal type of situation where, at least where the way I was taught, was never in no ethereal type situation where you had to just believe this. It was always some mathematics that went with it, so that you could do your own mathematics. And if it wasn't, and the math didn't add up, you could go and ask somebody, hey, what's going on? Can you interpret this for me? Can you help me with this? But in the church, I didn't have that experience. So that's really what made me see. Sister Enya said, yes, Mr. Sparkon was on Donahue. I saw that on YouTube back in the 90s. It seemed like there was more unity. Yeah. He was just putting the nation back together, and I mean, he was on fire. And so what I liked about it was that it was a lot more. I saw a lot more strength. I saw a lot more strength in the nation than I saw at the churches, at the church level, in my opinion, from me. Now, I'm not saying that's the reality, but that's what I saw. When I visually looked at it, I said, I want to be a strong man like these men are strong men. You know what I mean? And I want to be strong like them. And so I started going to the meetings, and I started, participating more until I finally, went through the process of becoming a registered member. But yeah, that's the short version of what happened. So then rap music destroyed us as a collective. Is there a difference between the NOI and Islam? Yes, there is. The Nation of Islam in America is has a different understanding about God and the origin of God than traditional Islam, which has been taught mainly by the Arabs. And so people will say, well, you're not a real Muslim because you don't have a beard like an Arab. But Islam is way older than the Arab people. The Arabs were given Islam. Islam is way older. And so they took Islam and they culturalized it for them, right? So they did a lot of different things that their culture, they did that to Islam, right? Where they only let the women could come in the back of the mosque and stuff like that. The women can only come in through the back and all of that stuff, and the Habibs and all that. They did that because that was their customs. Those were their customs, and they imposed that on their version of Islam. So when the world looks at Islam, they expect to see people doing things like Arabs do it, and that's unfortunate. That's the unfortunate part of it, because we've believed that they have gotten some things misinterpreted some things because they haven't stuck to what was the original teachings of Islam. If that makes sense. That makes sense. So the nation, yes, we have a different viewpoint of the origin of God and God's place and the devil and so on and so forth. We have a different interpretation. But we still respect them as Muslims. We still respect each other. We still respect them like Ramadan. We still respect all of the things that the Muslims practice in terms of practicing certain things that come from the book. We just don't practice their customs because we don't look at their customs as being Islamic. That's the customs of Arabs. That's Arab customs. Arabs customs, right? It's just like if let's say you, not saying you are a Christian, Sister Enya, but let's say you were a Christian and then you were practicing the Greek custom, and the Greeks, they were the ones that actually had the text of the Bible, yet they were practicing pedo lifestyle, right? Same thing with the Romans. They were practicing a pedo lifestyle, but yet at the same time professing Christianity, right? So, but is the pedo lifestyle even spoke of in the Bible? I don't think so. Especially the homosexual pedo lifestyle wasn't really talked about in a good way in the Bible. I don't even think the pedo lifestyle was even spoken of. But that was their customs at the time. Their custom was that pedo lifestyle, right? You can see it in their art. You can see it in their books. You can see it in their lifestyle. You can see it. Same thing with the Romans, right? But does that mean Christianity is down for the pedo lifestyle? That's what I'm saying. So it's different customs and different things like that. So then he said, I think if all men of Islam, Christianity, Hebrew Israelites, Egyptologists, 5% Pan-African, and Rastas come together to discuss the differences and problems, then healing can come. Well, I feel like Malcolm X said. Malcolm X said, if when we get together to talk, we shouldn't even talk about religion. I'm talking about black people. Once we outside of our homes, we shouldn't even talk about religion because we're just gonna argue. We got some way more things we have in common than religion. So why are we gonna discuss that? Why are we gonna bring up something that's just gonna separate us? If we just say, hey, I'm black, you black, we all got the same issue. We got the same problems. Let's try to figure out, let's work together to solve our problems. And we can all practice our religion in our homes, right? Right? So that was basically what Malcolm said, right? So I look at it like that. Sister Eddie said, I understand why you made the choice, though. There are a lot of men in the nation. Yeah, at the time, like I said, when I made that choice, I was trying to have an understanding. I was searching. I spent time with the Hebrew Israelite brothers. I spent time with the nation. I spent time with the Christian. I spent time with all these different groups of faith of men. Just the nation just came more natural to me, and so I just fell in. It was just a better fit. It was just a good fit for me. But Koskar said the Baha'i faith tried to integrate religions. Yeah, I had some relatives that were involved with the Baha'i faith. Unfortunately for them, man, it fell on some hard times. But I don't think anybody. I mean, whatever your faith is, have your faith. As long as you're not hurting nobody, or if it's helping you to get to where you're trying to go, and you're not stepping on nobody in the process, hey, do your thing. Do your thing. You know what I mean? Just don't get in my way when I'm practicing my religion, right? Yes, the Ballad of the Bullet speech. Yeah, Malcolm did the Ballad of the Bullet. He did a lot of different speeches. But the Ballad of the Bullet is a big one where, he said, just leave your religion at home. I mean, you're not going to, if it hasn't done anything for you, then it already has, and you need to leave it anyway, right? Well, but the basic point of what he was saying is, this is something that we're going to just argue about. We're just going to go around and around and around and around and around arguing about it. So why focus on that? Let's focus on what we do have in common, which is common issues, as far as trying to get human rights. That incidentally, that's what Malcolm X was killed for. He wasn't killed because nobody was trying to find it. He was trying to go to the UN. Instead of looking for civil rights, he was going to the UN to fight for human rights for black, and he was going to charge the United States government with human rights violations. And that's when they said, no, we got to take this dude out. We got to get rid of him. Anyway, so that's the short version, Sister Enya, of me coming into the nation. It was long fight, hard fight. You know what I mean? It was a lot of battles that I had to, fight. I'm gonna tell you one of the biggest fights I had, really. I think besides the discipline was those pork sausages. Oh man, I used to love pork sausages. That one took a long time to get over, man. That one took me probably about 3 or 4 months to get over that one, man. I was still going to the mosque and sneaking my way down to getting some pork sausages, man. Ah, man, that one took a long time, man. That one took a long time. Woo. But once I finally got past it, I was good. But, man, that one took a long time because, in the nation, man, you can't eat no pork when you're not supposed to. There's foods that you're not supposed to eat, and then there's foods that you're forbidden to eat, meaning that you're not even supposed to. There's foods that you suggested not to eat, right? Certain foods that certain fish and certain other types of foods that you're suggested to you not to eat, right? And then there's foods that you're forbidden to eat, and we were forbidden to eat pork. We're forbidden. There is no acceptable point at which you could do that other than being in bondage, and that's all you've been given to eat, right? But other than that, you're just forbidden to eat that food, right? Well, that was a tough one, man. That was a tough one for me. Woo! Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. That one was a hard walk. So they say it's the pork. It's the pork. Yeah, man, it's the pork. I couldn't do it, Sister India. I couldn't do it, man. I love the taste of pork sausages so much. I was able to walk away from the pork chops. I was able to walk away from the bacon. I was able to walk away from almost everything else except the pork sausage, man. I just couldn't do it. I would sneak down to my favorite little restaurant where they serve the breakfast with the 2 little pork sausages, and I would eat them and go, oh. And then go get all washed up and get all cleaned up because I felt so bad. Take a shower, get all cleaned up. Rinse my mouth out real good because I didn't want nobody to smell it. And then go down to the mosque, right? But after a while, I was able to walk away from it, man. It proves that if you really want to change, you can change. If you really want to change, you can change. Brother Carter said, bring home the bacon and end up with the beef laugh out loud. Yeah, man. I was out of my mind, man. At certain points in my life, I was out of my mind. I was going. They had me coming and going. I was coming and going. I was off my rocker. That's why when you see me trying to deal with somebody who is kind of off their rocker too, it's because I've been there. I've been off my rocker. I know exactly what it's like to be that confused, and yet you want some clarity in your life, but it's hard to get it. I was trying to get it out of the church. Let me tell y'all a story, right? Let me tell y'all a story. I'm gonna give y'all a bonus because y'all hung around and stayed this long. Okay, so I went to this church. Because I felt like, man, I need to give my life to God, man. I'm out here doing all these crazy things. I need to give my life to God. And so I didn't know nothing about Islam at that point. I said, okay, so I'm going to give my life to God. So I go into this church, and shout out to them, little church over here in Compton. So I got right on the border of Compton and Long Beach. So I go into this church, and the preacher said, if you want to give your life to God, get in the aisle and come on down, right? Y'all know how black churches do it. Get in the aisle and you come on down, right? So you line up in the aisle, right? And then people was coming down the aisle, going up to the preacher, right? So I'm going up to the preacher. Yeah, you got it, Sister Inez. It's you staying around. I'm giving y'all a bonus for hanging in there with me. So the preacher said, "Come on down to you coming to me. So we coming to the preacher, right?" So I'm in my place in line. Next person goes up. Preacher hits him on the head. The preacher puts the little oil thing on their head, and then he whispers in their ear, and he touches the thing on their head, and they fall back. They got the brothers to catch them, right? I said, "Woo! This dude got power. Bang!" So I said, so I'm getting up there now. I'm fourth in line. Now I'm third in line. Now I'm second in line. Now I'm the next one up. So now I'm up, and I'm like, oh, okay, he gonna tell me, he gonna say something to me. It's gonna move my spirit and everything, and it's gonna move my spirit, and I'm gonna be, and then he's gonna tap me, and then God's gonna come into me. I'm gonna be set, Sister Enya. I'm gonna be set, Sister Enya. I'm gonna be set. So I get up there. Dude puts the oil on my head, and he whispers in my ear, when we're done, go around to the corner. Go around to my room back there in the corner. I said, is that all? Is that what he been telling everybody? Then he got me. Bow, right? So I was waiting to fall back. Nothing happened, right? I was like, what happened? So then, you know what I did? I said, oh, man, I must be a real heathen. Because everybody else fell back. Everybody else fell. I didn't fall. So I was like, oh, man, I'm a real heathen. So I went back into the room and I said, hey, there's a line back there, right? So I had to wait in that line. So I'm waiting in the line. And so I finally get my turn to go into the office, and he's sitting there in the office. And I said, what should I do to turn my life around? And he said, what do you think you should do? And I said, what you mean what I think I should do? I don't know. I'm just I want to live right, but I don't know how or what that means. I don't know what. He said, well, what do you think it means? I said, I have no clue. It's probably, other than what I'm doing now, I have no clue. I think I'm a good person, but I know I could do better. I feel like it, but I just don't know what to do. He said, what do you think you should do? And after about 10 times back and forth with that, I said, you know what? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you for all your help. He said, sure, come back anytime. Y'all remember Brother Jarvis. Brother Jarvis always teased me about that. Boom, right? They put the oil on your head. Boom, right? I was supposed to fall back, right? But I didn't know. I didn't know the etiquette of the church that you're supposed to fall back on your own. I thought the Spirit came into you and pushed you back, right? Because I seen everybody falling back. I said, oh, man, I'm in the right place, man. He's going to change my life. And I thought, oh, man, he's whispering scriptures from the Bible into their ear. Oh, man, they fall back. It'll be good. I got up there and said, come back into my room after we get done. Come back, go around the corner, come back to the room. Yeah, Kashkar. It was, hey, those stage left, right? Shout out to the Christians, man. Shout out to the pastors out there, man. Yeah, man, it was funny. Wow. So I had that experience, plus a few other ones. I ain't gonna go into it, man, because I could tell y'all stories all day, man. Brother Clarence has been through so many different things. I didn't get like this because I'm just a nice guy. I definitely did not. I've been through some experiences that made me see that it's better to be a good person and not be so focused on material than to be a bad person and be focused on all this material and not care about your soul, man. I've definitely been through enough experiences to see that. Sister Eddie said, Clarence, you messed up the gig. I know, man. I know. I was like, man, oh no. You know what? I thought, Sister Eddie, for real. I was like, I'm really a heathen. When he hit me, boom, and I didn't fall back, I said, oh man. I said, the devil really got me because everybody else fell back. I mean, man, it was crazy, right? It was. I said, man, I must be a real devil. I got to be. The devil just hit me so good, I didn't even fall back. He put that all on my head. Hey, when you get done, go around the corner and go to the left, go around and go to my office. I'm thinking he gonna say, hey, this is Daniel 1:1 or say Revelations 4:12 or whatever, right? I thought he was gonna say some scriptures. when you get done, go around the corner, go into my office. Hey, yeah. The idiot says some of them squeeze your temple so hard you pass out, laugh out loud, and then say, slain in the spirit, slain in the spirit, slain in the spirit. Holy smokes. Oh, man, I gave y'all story time because y'all hung in there with me. I appreciate y'all, man, because just thinking about that, I just remember that, and I was like, I remember it like it was just a few minutes ago, man. I was just like, I was sitting there like this. I had my hands out and everything, right? Because everybody, when you go up there, you're supposed to have your hands out, right? So I had my hands out waiting. And I said, that's it. That's it. Y'all don't be dumb like me. Don't be dumb like me. When you go into, if you ever go to a Christian church and they do something like that, fall back. Just let the brothers catch you, right? Sister Annie, I was told one time I would speak in tongue after. They told me the same thing. I forgot about that. They told me the same thing. When I didn't, though, I messed up. It was at Creflo's church. Holy smokes. You been to Creflo? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I think, do they have like a, now, Sister Annie, let me ask you a question. Do they have because I heard they have something like you got to have a paid membership or something like that. I don't know if that's just, people say different stuff. You don't have to have a paid membership to go in Creflo's church, right? You can still just go in there. They gonna still pass around that plate. I mean, the Muslims do that. So, but they still gonna pass around the plate. But at least you don't have to have like, oh, I'm a paid up membership to walk into the church, do you? Well, you let me know, Sister Annie, because I don't think that I heard that that's the kind of thing that they do over there, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. All I know is, man, hey, keep your wits about you, because you thinking something's going on. See, like, you may be thinking something's going on, and it's really not going on at all. Like, I really thought that the God was coming into people through this pastor, and I realized that no. It just wasn't. It was a ceremony. It was a ceremonial situation to really reinforce his place as pastor. It was different. It was just a ceremonial type of situation to reinforce his place. Sister Quantum says you pay to get into all churches. Well, I don't know if you got to pay to get into. This is what I'm saying, Quantum. You have to pay to get in the front door at all. Now, you might have to pay when you get in the seat, right? Because the collection plate goes around, right? Or I don't know, now they probably got something right there where you can just stick your credit card in there, zip, or they auto deduct it from your bank account or whatever, right? I don't know, but maybe so. Sister Eddie, I only went about 3 times with a friend, wasn't a member. Oh, okay, they let you in. Okay, they're cool. They let you in. Okay. Because like I said, I've never been to Creflo's church, so I don't know. I probably would never ever go there. So, not to say it's a bad place, but I just never been there and probably would never go. Sister Quantum says tithes, offerings, love donations, all kind of building funds, and ish. Yeah. But I mean, every place does that, Quantum. I mean, even the Muslims, man. They'll spin that plate go around so many times, man. Your head will be like, what the heck, man? What's going on? I just, what I'm saying? I just gave, right? So I believe all the places going to try to raise as much money as they can most of the time. Okay, y'all, that's it. I'm gonna shut it down right here. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Unless y'all got another question, I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. I'm gonna shut it down. I may do another one later on tonight. Definitely probably Thursday, and we'll see what's happening at that point. But I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, and I'll see y'all in the next stream. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you everybody who came on the panels. Everybody did a great job. You guys in the chat do a great job. All you sisters, especially, we appreciate y'all. Coast Guard, with everything. We appreciate y'all here, and we'll see y'all soon. Make sure y'all get the notification hit that notification bell, because sometimes I don't have enough time to, like today, I didn't have enough time to post or, schedule my live streams before, with, under like an hour or 2 hours. And so you won't get the notification if you don't have the notification bell run. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for all your help, and we appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all next time.